This meeting is now resumed. Members, please rise if you're able to join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Melvin Walfond, Boris Gurvich. Thank you. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize Wendy Walberg, City Solicitor and Head of Legal Services on a retirement from the City of Toronto. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
I'd like to take a moment to recognize someone whose contributions to this council and the city has been extraordinary. After an incredible 34 years of dedicated public service at the City of Toronto, our City Solicitor, Wendy Walberg, is retiring. Wendy, today we celebrate your exceptional legal career and your unwavering commitment to public service, good governance, and to the people of Toronto. I also want to warmly welcome Wendy's family. Yes, who are here with us today. Her husband, Don Lobb, daughters, Nora, Emily, and Heather. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing Wendy with the City of Toronto throughout her remarkable career. Since becoming City Solicitor in 2017, Wendy has led the Legal Service Division with professionalism, integrity, sound judgment, and the family would know sheer hard work, long hours. Yes, you're all nodding, yes. Under her leadership, Legal Services has supported council, committees, agencies, boards, commissions, staff, and through some of the most complex issues facing our city. Wendy helped guide the city through the incredibly hard challenges, including just a COVID-19 pandemic, changes to the Toronto governance framework, and the important matters involving the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Those are light challenges, no problem. Just can you imagine going through doing all that? Throughout it all, Wendy has been known for her thoughtful advice, calm leadership, and ability to find solutions to complex challenges. Her contributions extend well beyond City Hall. As a certified specialist in municipal law, Wendy has shared her expertise through teaching, speaking engagements, and leadership roles with organizations including the Osgood Hall Law School and the International Municipal Lawyers Association. On behalf of this city, Toronto City Council, the Toronto Public Service, and the people of Toronto, thank you. Thank you, Wendy, for your outstanding service, wisdom, and leadership. Your contribution since beginning your career in legal service at the city in 1991 have left a lasting mark on Toronto and all those who have had the privilege of working with you, and some of them are here. We wish you and your family all the best in the next chapters. Your daughter's all smiling. And your husband too. Congratulations, Wendy, and thank you. Please join me in thanking you, Wendy Walberg, for exceptional service.
Thank you for your kind words, Mayor Chow. Mayor Chow and members of council, I thank you for the opportunity to say a few words today. In many ways, my career has been a surprise to me. I didn't take municipal law in law school. I suppose it's too late for you to hold that against me now. The reason I didn't is because my friends who'd taken it the previous year told me that it was boring, if you can believe it. When I joined the regional government, I did so because I thought that I would have a few good years of a wide variety of litigation experience. And while that was true, I was not counting on a few good decades. I believe that time is a precious commodity to be spent wisely, and I have no regrets, in part because I have never been bored. I have been fascinated from time to time, and I've had the good fortune to do work that is important to me and that I also find interesting. Another reason is that I have worked with many great people over the years. And I've learned something new every day. One thing I have come to appreciate is that there's a lot of complex problem solving that we do together, and that elected officials and public servants, both acting in the public interest, will often come to an issue with different perspectives, in part because of the different information available to them. And that with creativity, respect, and dialogue, the best results come out of the process. And I'm glad to have been engaged in that kind of problem solving with many people in this room. I've thought about what I'll miss. It's actually a pretty long list, so I won't go through it. I thought about what I won't miss. That list is considerably shorter. It includes things like having to carry around 2 cell phones all the time and having to give legal advice on the basis of only a press release. I wanted to share that particular item on the list with you because I thought you'd appreciate it. When I signed up for the job, I really didn't know how many times you would genuinely need legal advice and I would only have a press release to go on. But I think we did pretty well. Mayor Chow and members of council, I want to thank you for your trust in me and my team. The solicitor-client relationship doesn't work very well without that, and I believe that we have had a good relationship. Paul, I want to thank you for your leadership. The senior leadership team, I want to thank you for your willingness to roll up your sleeves with me to solve problems and for your camaraderie. To the corporate leadership team, I have enjoyed being your colleague. I have tremendous respect for the work that you and everyone on your teams do. To legal services, I really don't know where to begin, but I will say that I have been very fortunate and I'm grateful to have worked with so many talented, dedicated, professional people who are also really fun over the years. And to my family, I want to thank you for your support and your encouragement. And finally, I have 2 predictions for next term. One is that legal services will continue to be there for you and provide the support that you need. And 2 is that my successor will never be bored.
Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you. Just for a moment, as a lawyer of long experience with a great deal of experience both advising and critiquing governments, I just want to say how extraordinary Wendy is. Having been observing her at a distance and then working with her very closely for the last 4 years, she's a treasure. She's done an incredible job. She has exemplified everything a good lawyer should be, and we're really lucky.
Thank you. So, being the last council meeting, I would urge members of council to please be kind to Wendy today and not ask a lot of legal questions. Yeah. Councillor Fletcher?
Just want to say, because I've known Wendy as long as I've been here, and she says she's learned something new every day, but Wendy, you've taught us something new every day that you've been here with your advice. You've sat above the fray, you've seen it all, Wendy, from your legal perch, and you have built a great team. I just want to remember the incredible job you did with charter challenges. You signed up. You didn't know you were going to be doing challenges at the Supreme Court over how big council would be and other issues of that kind, and you've done it so very well. Thank you for that. And I say we've done very well because you did so very well, Wendy. Thank you very much for your service.
All right. I was talking to Wendy just before we started council, when Wendy, you remember the time when at Metro Council, when Mel Lastman was the mayor, right? And what we had to do when we were voting, and that was exciting, wasn't it? Okay, let's move on.
One second.
Councillor Bravo.
Thank you. Thank you. I just, as a new councillor, I perhaps have been abusing the wise advice that Wendy has provided. So I've asked so many questions at every meeting and in between. But I want to say trusted, reliable, fair, principled, and with so much grace and kindness, especially for the first-timers. I can't tell you the indelible mark you've left on me, and I'm sure the rest of us who are new to this chamber. Thank you so much, Wendy.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Myers.
I also want to say something, just because as a fellow lawyer as well, I have had the privilege of working at some of the top law firms in Toronto, New York, and London. And I have to say, Wendy is among one of the top lawyers I've ever had the pleasure of working with. She's smart, she's hardworking, and she leads with integrity. And I too am a new counselor and have relied and / abused that relationship in terms of the number of times I've had to come to Wendy with really complex legal issues, and I've really, really enjoyed working with her. And Toronto is very grateful to have had her service for over 3 decades. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. At this time, Councillor Candeval, you would like to make an announcement?
I'd like to honor a very special priest from my ward. In June, Mayor Chow honored 6 faith leaders across our city for their outstanding leadership in recognizing Dr. Sharma. Please stand out. Dr. Sivasiri Sharma was the first Hindu priest in the city in 2021 performing same-sex marriages at the temple in my ward in Scarborough Southwest, and was honored at the Pride flag-raising ceremony this June by Mayor Chow and some of us in the room for his outstanding leadership and testament that faith and human rights can stand together. So on behalf of the community of Scarborough Southwest, as well as the City of Toronto, I wanted to honor him and his leadership in the City of Toronto and in the Hindu community. Thank you, Dr. Sharma.
Thank you. I understand that, Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also wanted to acknowledge and congratulate Dr. Sharma. 5 years ago, the backlash he faced, the online media hate, the international-based online media hate, and the other forms of discrimination and the kind of intimidation he and his family faced. I was directly supporting him and on the phone with him, and other elected officials, some of them helped out, some of them didn't. at the time. But I'm glad that after 5 years that he's got the key to the city and he's got the acknowledgement in this council chambers, because it's important for us to stand up and celebrate those who are breaking the barriers and standing up to bullies, standing up to intimidation, and doing the work the right way. Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma.
Thank you. Members, I understand that there are members who would like to introduce petitions today. And are there any petitions at this time? I believe Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson?
Yes. Good morning, Speaker. I have two petitions, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to presenting the petitions on behalf of my residents. The first one pertains to a proposed development at 978 Pharmacy Avenue by Tri-Stone Partners. And there are approximately 66 signatures to the petition, which basically, I'm going to paraphrase it, it's a long one. It's simply that the residents and homeowners of the surrounding areas are opposed to this 6-story, 25-unit building that's projected to be developed in the area. Three specific areas that they're concerned about. One is the severe shortage of parking and just traffic congestion and issues surrounding that. Two is the incompatibility of scale and character. They're suggesting that the development is out of character with respect to the neighborhood. And then three, loss of privacy, sunlight, and so on. And they're hoping that the city can intervene and help to respond to the concerns of the community. So that's one. The second one is has about 300 signatures, and it relates to a request by the community to have a water fountain that will be dedicated specifically to dogs at the dog park at the McCowan District Park. And this has been signed by, as I said, almost 300 signatures here, hoping to have some improvements. And with respect to that, I'm actually working with staff to address that issue. But on behalf of the community, Speaker, I wanted to submit these two petitions.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have here for the clerk a petition with 3,493 names. It's probably well over 3,500 now because the names keep calling in, of those who are deeply alarmed at the community safety crisis that is developed at Bathurst and Shepherd every Sunday afternoon. This petition is signed by those who live in the area or beyond, are frustrated and fearful about their personal safety. The petition states that the charter rights of local residents to go about their daily lives free of harassment, intimidation, and incitement have not been protected, and this is a public safety crisis. Protesters come up on the east side of Bathurst and Shepherd every Sunday and call for the destruction of Israel, the genocide of Jews, and this has resulted in a disgraceful display of hate. There's been violence, including an 80-year-old who was pushed under a bus. Arrests have been made to people on site for hate crimes. There's an arrest for someone who was there previously, and he's been charged with terrorism. And of course, there's been a number of criminal code charges as well. Bathurst and Shepherd is primarily a Jewish neighborhood, is home to a high number of Holocaust survivors, and steps away from these angry mobs, which gather on Sunday afternoons, there's a Jewish school and synagogues. We share the people who sign this share the concern of many that these protests are hateful in nature, target the Jewish community, and have caused grievous harm. Many have gathered on the east side of Bathurst have faced charges, which I've just listed. And this is taking up an enormous amount of police resources with dozens of officers there every Sunday night, every Sunday afternoon, where they should be out doing traditional police work and it's keeping our neighborhood safe, not having to be drawn into this terrible battle, a world conflict zone that is 10,000 kilometers away, We ask for the police to recognize this as a community safety crisis, and I hope at a future date to bring this to the Toronto Police Services Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Candeval, did you say you had a petition?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the 4,870 folks who signed our petition in relation to action on data centers, predominantly starting within our ward in the Birchcliff neighborhood, but growing across the city. Almost 5,000 people have supported the petition for us to take time, due diligence, and approach this important public policy matter with the capacity required to ensure public interest is maintained with the number of applications throughout our city in relation to data centers. So appreciate the support across the city and within our ward for an approach that is commensurate with the diligence required for these projects. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petitions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 43.7 review of the order paper. There are 150 items left on the agenda. 150 members of council. Yeah, okay. Any of these holds, please try to release, including 109 member motions. The mayor has timed a second key matter, EX 33.33, headed Making Grocery Prices Fair, as the first item of business this morning. Council has timed item CC 43.6, headed FIFA World Cup 2026, Toronto. Early outcomes from the hosting of the FIFA World Cup 2026 as the first item after the mayor's second key matter. Council has timed item DM 43.1, headed Ombudsman Toronto report no refunds for discontinued TTC tickets and tokens. I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I can release CC 43.18, 15 to 17 Elm Street, zoning bylaw amendment application, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Sachs is releasing CC 4318. On favor, carried. Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
Yes, I'd like to release PH 32.12 to Hedgewood Road, and I'd like to move receipt, please.
Okay, just let me find it. Okay, Councillor Chernes-Lynn is releasing. Pardon? Oh, sorry, yes. Sorry, Councillor Chernes-Lynn. So Councillor Chernes-Lynn is moving PH 32.12 to receive the item for information. This is on 2 Hedgewood Road. All right? Okay. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to release TE 34.60, 324 Cherry Street and 429 and 455 Lakeshore Boulevard East. I'd like to remove the recommendations in the supplementary report, please.
Okay. So on T 34.60, Deputy Mayor Malik is releasing and moving the supplementary report. Okay, we'll display it. It's on the screen. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. No, nobody else has any quick releases? Councillor Cheng, you have a number of them. Are you going to release it? She's not here. Okay. Pardon? I can't hear what you're saying. Well, it's a quick release, quick release. Well, how long are you going to speak to it? What item? Come on, we have to get this agenda done.
Wait. Yes. TE 34.35.
Hold on. TE?
34.45, sorry.
Okay, let me find it. T 34.
45.
Okay, 6460 Wellesley Street East?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Just wanted to say quickly, Madam Speaker, that this was really rejected at the OMB, which, as my colleague knows, is a rare outcome. But we have before us today is a beautiful design building supported by the community with a meaningful community space embedded in it. And that is a testament to what we can achieve when developers work in genuine collaboration with the local community and councillor. I'd like to thank city staff and the applicant for working with us, with my office and Church Street Wellesley Neighborhood Association. And we were able to secure 2,000 square feet of community space on Church Street, replacing the existing pop-up space that the applicant generously donated over the past several years. That pop-up space became something really special in our community. It is an organic meeting place.
Okay.
So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Favor, carried. You have any more?
If I could.
Well, not, okay. Okay, let's just move on. Okay, Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
Yes, I can release NY 34.23, 590 to 592.
Who said hold? Oh, okay.
He can hold that. That's fine.
Okay. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, like Councillor Moyes, I have a couple I can release if I can speak to them for a moment each. Okay, that's fine, I'll wait.
This is why we call quick releases.
That's fine, I'll wait.
Okay. Okay, are there any further changes to today's order paper, such as requests for timed items or make changes to the timing of items decided yesterday? All those in favor of adopting the order paper, carried. Members, I have reviewed several urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. I believe we have 18 members. We have 18 members. We will put the motions up on the screen. Councillor Morley.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you. I'll just wait for clerks to put that on the thing. This is, I believe, pertaining to a really important community service, an asset that is having its lease come to an end. We like to have staff work with the Jean Augustine Center for Young Women's Empowerment on other opportunities to continue that important organization's work in our community. Thank you.
On favor, carried. Pardon? Councillor Chernes-Lynn, you second a motion for Councillor Cole. Can you introduce it, please, because he's not in the council chambers?
Yes, I believe this is the one for Section 37 funding for signs in the...
No, it's not that one.
It's not that one?
No.
Oh, it's on the screen.
It's
Sorry.
on the screen.
Oh, this is a request for the city solicitor to attend at TLAB, and that's why it's urgent, because it's a time issue.
Okay, on favor, carried. Is there another one for Councillor Cole? No?
No?
No, it's not ready. Councillor Crescenti.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, and good morning, everyone. This is similar to what you just heard, a request for city solicitor to attend TLAB, and of course, the urgency is to file an appeal within the required timeline.
On favor, carried. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. This motion is to amend a 2022 EY 30.2 340 Mill Road zoning bylaw amendment application. And it is to allow for a development charge credit for cycling infrastructure requested by city staff. And it's urgent because it amends the funding framework for enabling cycling infrastructure and allows the developer to proceed with providing an important connection for the multi-use trail in Burnhamthorpe.
On favor, carried. Councillor Myers.
I don't have anything, sorry.
I believe that.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor
yes.
Myers, I believe that you have a member's motion.
Yes,
you
sorry.
wanted
I
to
thought
do.
we were doing quick releases still. Yes, I have a member's motion.
Okay, if I can have quiet in here because nobody's listening to me.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, quiet, please.
This is an urgent motion to create the Malvern Area Community Facilities and Services Working Group. The matter is urgent because a settlement has been reached between the city and the appellant and will be voted on at this council meeting, CC 43.23.
Okay, on favor, carried. Okay. There's going to be a point today where I'm going to shut off members' motions because we're way over 100 and I have to read each one of them. And so, please, no more members' motion. I'm going to give you hold on, I'm going to give you a time when I'm going to close it off. Okay. No, there's still a couple that I promise. Councillor Fletcher, don't worry, I promise. Pardon?
I'm very happy to help you read members' motions, Speaker, as the deputy. Number two, I'm waiting for staff to do some financial calculations, and I would like you to respect the fact that sometimes staff are helping us with our motions today. I know Councillor Carroll wants to cut things off at 10. I don't think that's fair. I think we'll deal with those fairly quickly, and I'm always available to assist you.
No, and I wasn't going to cut it off at 10. I was going to say at one point today, I haven't decided what time, but it's definitely not going to be 10 o'clock. Yeah, okay. Thank you. All right. Members, before, I think Councillor Carroll was kidding 10 o'clock because it's after 10. Okay, are we ready to proceed with the agenda? Okay, members, before we go to the timed item EX 33.33, Deputy Mayor Malik would like to speak for 1 minute and make an announcement.
Thank you very much and appreciate the accommodation because it was missed at the start. I've been very pleased to serve as the councillor champion for the City of Toronto's United Way employee campaign and to continue to do that. You know very well, for decades, the campaign has been one of the city's proudest traditions, bringing together council, staff, agencies, and corporations and unions and associations under our one purpose to come together, complement our work, and make a difference in the lives of Torontonians. It reflects the best of what public service can be. This year's campaign continues under the leadership of our co-patrons, Jag Sharma, Deputy City Manager of Development and Growth Services, and Dominic Mungary, Secretary-Treasurer of the Toronto Civic Employees Union. Their partnership represents the collaborative approach that we take to making this campaign a success year over year. And I would be remiss if I didn't recognize Nisha from city staff, who is the amazing coordinator of this campaign and keeps it on track with all of us. This is our last meeting before the kickoff in September, so I just want to highlight some of the things that are coming up. In September, we'll host the 16th Annual Civic Run at Nathan Phillips Square, partnering with Toronto Fire Services and the Toronto Professional Firefighters Association, and IAFF Local 388, including the return of the infamous fire truck pull. And you can participate in a variety of means. On November 14th and 15th, we have one of my favorite events, which is the United Way climb up at the CN Tower, climbing the 1,776 steps in support of a stronger community. I've done it 3 times now, and I invite my colleagues to be able to join if you're up for it, but always to support. And finally, the Civic Gala that will be taking place in December and providing more information soon. Thank you to the United Way of Greater Toronto. You remain as important as ever, and we are so proud as a city to coordinate with you. I want to finally just recognize the hundreds of volunteers, coordinators, ambassadors, champion circle members, and committee members whose dedication makes this campaign possible each year. And each year, we don't just meet our goals, we continue to surpass them in heart and grit and commitment to our city and to the work of the United Way. One city, one team, one campaign. Thank you all for being a part of it and for our continued efforts.
Okay, we'll now go to the timed item, which, before Councillor Fletcher missed the, when I was going through the agenda, are there any additional timed items for today? So Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. Just EC 30.8, improving the usability of Old City Hall as a filming location. Can we please put that after the Ombudsman report this afternoon, after the members' motions? Thank you.
Yeah. So what we need to do is reopen the order paper.
Move to reopen
On
that.
favor, carried. Please, please. I'm in the middle of speaking, Councillor Cheng. On the request by Councillor Fletcher for the timed item on EC 30.8. On favor, carried. Okay, we'll move to adopt the order paper as amended. On favor, carried. Okay, let's get started on EX 33.33. If we can put names on the screen, if we have any questions, making grocery prices fair. Any questions? Are there any questions on this item? I guess not. All right. Mayor Chow, would you like to speak on it? And we'll just disperse of the item. Mayor Chow?
Okay. Good. There's no questions.
No
That's
questions.
A good thing.
I think some of them are not listening anyway. So.
Well, yeah, okay. Let's not hesitate. Are you ready? Okay. Well, today we are standing up for everyone who felt the impact of the rising costs of everything, really, including our essentials like groceries, like food, and against the practice of something is called surveillance pricing. And as you would have noticed when you walk into a grocery store, things have gone up by something like 30%, more expensive than it was in the 2020. 2 liters of milk might have cost you $4.50 back then. It's now $6. And sometimes it could, like 2 liters of milk might cost $6 for one person and then $6.75 for another person, which is really unfair. Surveillance pricing is really an item of being sold with 2 different prices depending on who you are and when you're shopping. And this is done by analyzing our personal data, our shopping habits, and a big store can charge us more or hike up the price while we often don't even know it. Baby formula, for example, it could be $30 to $50 in 6 years, but now if a company knows a mom desperately need it at the last minute and have 3 kids, the price might go up. So we are increasingly seeing this happen in the U.S. Big places like Walmart and Amazon's are using it, and it will probably creep up in Toronto. So before it gets a foothold in Toronto, it may already been happening. We're not 100% sure. We have to stop this kind of price gouging. Some of you have asked, do we have the power to do so? I believe so. The City of Toronto, through the City of Toronto Act, already allow us to make sure the prices are transparent in pet store, for example. So this item directs the city staff to identify all possible mechanisms to ban this service, this practice, and following city bylaws already in place. We need to reduce people's cost. We need to stop price gouging, and I want to thank the Chair of the Economic Development Team, Councillor Bravo, for seconding this motion at the Executive Committee, and I hope you will join us in supporting the motion in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, I rise in support of the motion. I do recognize it's a stretch for the city in terms of our legal authority, but I think that's okay. It's worth exploring what we can do because the abuse is real. There are some schemes like loyalty pricing that have been established and work for a number of years that are fair. If you sign up, you buy a lot from a particular store, maybe you get a better price. But using people's willingness to pay, ability to pay, other irrelevant factors in order to jack up the prices for some rather than others is completely inappropriate. We've talked a lot about data centers. We're going to talk more about data centers, but also the way AI is being used to outsmart people, to use electronics, computers, artificial intelligence as ways to extract more money from people who can't protect themselves. This is a serious challenge. And so we should be standing up. We should indicate that we care about it. We should do what we can. And sometimes advocating is all we can do, but it still matters. So thank you.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to talk quickly on two topics. One is this something we should be concerned about? And the other is, are we capable of acting? In terms of whether this is something we should be concerned about, absolutely. Just recently, we had a little celebration in my house because each of us, my partner and I, and my adult son, received a check for $49.11. That was a payout from the Loblaws Corporation for fixing the price of bread. Many, many people got that check. If you just went to the website and signed up and said, yes, I bought bread at Loblaws, you had been cheated by that company. They had intentionally fixed the price with other companies in order to fleece people buying a staple at their grocery store. It is absolutely proven and documented that these large grocery conglomerates will break the law to make money off of you. They will absolutely use any AI or internet tool they can purchase to increase their profit at your expense. So I'm glad that the City of Toronto is taking a leadership role in getting out ahead of this. I'm very proud that this council is going to support it. I know we will. And I question the judgment of anyone who opposes us taking action on this. The second thing is, do we have legal authority? And it was actually a previous city solicitor, it wasn't the great Wendy Wahlberg, once cautioned us that maybe we didn't have the right in Canadian law to ban pesticides locally. Yes. Mayor Chow will remember that. This council, by one vote, passed a bylaw that said you cannot use pesticides for cosmetic purposes in the city of Toronto. It went to the Supreme Court, and the city of Toronto won a remarkable victory, establishing that we have the right in law to regulate for the general welfare of Torontonians, provided it doesn't create a contradiction with regulations from any other order of government. These are known as the Hudson Principles. It's a pesticide case, and it shows how municipal governments change the way things are regulated right across the country. Not long after the City of Toronto pesticide bylaw passed, other municipalities started passing their own versions, and the province of Ontario went, oh my God, we can't have slightly different pesticide regulation in every municipality. So they decided, province-wide, to ban the cosmetic use of pesticides. An enormous victory for the environment over the profits of chemical companies. So, by taking this position today and starting to investigate all of the different tools available to the City of Toronto to get in front of this freight train, we are following a long and important tradition. I can remember Mayor Chow, before I was on council, opening the question about how sex workers were treated in clubs. And she was told at that time, well, you can't regulate in that sphere, but it's resulted in safer working conditions for a group of people who are otherwise under tremendous threat. Over and over again, the City of Toronto has demonstrated leadership in this domain. And the only thing that I feel regretful about doing this work is we won't have Ms. Wahlberg to go to the Supreme Court and win this for us.
Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I am sure, like so many of my colleagues like me, have been receiving a tremendous amount of outreach and communication about this very matter. And for that reason, supporting this motion because it is something that hits right at the heart of what is so important to every single member of our community. I know we are all here, especially at our last council meeting, because our work has been grounded in improving the lives of Torontonians in every part of the city on the matters that are closest to them and their daily lives, right? We have been working to respond with consistency and seriousness, creativity and innovation as a city, using every lever that we have to improve the cost of living crisis for every single person in this city. Building affordable housing, accessible housing, a variety of different types of housing is a part of that. Making public spaces more accessible and more available, like 7-day-a-week libraries, is a part of that. And making sure that as a city, we are making a historic and long overdue move in ensuring kids are being fed in schools, that no young person goes hungry in the city of Toronto while they are going to camp during the summer or going to school during the year, is a part of that. And we have seen over and over, and as Councillor Perks had just mentioned, with the clear, stark evidence that the folks who should be able to provide and make available our essentials in an affordable way have not been on the side of Torontonians or having the best interests of people in mind through their actions and through some of these most egregious approaches to using our data and the information that they have about our practices and who we are to participate in exploitative practices that go against everything that we work for in this council chamber to make life more affordable and cost of living something that is within reach for Torontonians, and so that we can continue to imagine a better future in our city. We've documented the fixing of bread prices and other essentials. We are seeing the way that this surveillance pricing is playing out in other jurisdictions as well. And as this technology moves rapidly forward, we cannot leave Torontonians at risk of the impacts of practices like surveillance pricing, raising prices to what they think people will pay based on who they are, where you shop, and what you need, and even what time of day it is. We have to do as a city everything that we can, every lever that we have, every option that we have, especially in these emerging spaces, to protect Torontonians, to protect the cost of living in the city of Toronto, to make it more affordable, but most of all, to protect the public investments that we are making to make life more easier, affordable, more enjoyable, and to make sure that everyone in this city is able to access the essentials. And I want to particularly thank our staff at Municipal Licensing and Standards for taking this work forward. And I want to thank Mayor Chow and the Chair of our Economic Development Committee, Councillor Bravo, for their leadership in bringing this forward and making sure that the City of Toronto and City Council is standing with Torontonians in responding to this potential risk.
Before we go, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Cheng, you just wanted to introduce someone that's in the council chambers?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to let all of our councillors and staff know that there is a team of pastors from across the GTA who are here sitting in the chamber, and they also were praying this morning for us. They know how hard the work is. They know that the climate of politics has increasingly become very difficult, and they're just praying that our hearts would be protected as we all face elections ahead, and that we all, and they thank us for the good work that everyone is doing in the city, and we thank them for their covering us in prayer. So thank you so much, Pastor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bravo.
So where do good ideas start? Councillor Perks talked a little bit about that, but I remember actually knocking on doors with the Toronto Environmental Alliance when it was a community right to know bylaw that they were looking for before ever running for anything, and talking to people about toxic substances in their communities. And then I was on the Board of Health, and we were able to adopt there the environmental disclosure bylaw that then was adopted by council and set that precedent about toxic use all over Canada, and now has created this Hudson Principle. But there's so many other good ideas that have started on the ground and in the community. The renoviction bylaw that we passed started with Acorn residents out in New Westminster, went to Hamilton, came to Toronto. We think about a really important question of food and safety. It's actually the Universal School Nutrition Program. The idea in Toronto, championed by our mayor, I came out to Depute, we extended it to secondary schools. Community members were seized of this. We wanted to make sure that children were able to study, to learn, that we would have better health outcomes in the recognition that food is life. Food is everything to people. And not having food is a threat to health, a threat to the fabric of our very society. So who opposes this kind of measure? Well, I think about the price-fixing collusion of all the big chains that's already been mentioned, but also the increase in minimum wage. Every time that there's been an attempt to increase minimum wage, the massive corporate grocery chains have said, don't do it. It's going to be too expensive. Well, guess what? Between not being able to afford food and not having enough income to put a roof over your head, we're talking about real social breakdown. So why do we need this? We need this because right now, the increasing price of food in general is creating so much pressure on family economies that people are not eating to pay their rent to feed their kids at the same time. What's resulting is much worse health outcomes. People reducing calories, people eating sub-quality food. This is such an important preventative measure. So this is, there is a surveillance pricing question. There is the way that our personal data is used against us. It's used to undermine our health, our pocketbooks, and let's remember that the majority of people in this city are struggling right now. This is a very unequal city because we are also home to billionaires. And some of the headquarters of those very grocery chains and all of are actually here in the city of Toronto. So why these actions now? Why the City of Toronto? Because we've done it before and because we need to try this. There's a very specific request here in the mayor's motion and the motion that I moved to apply some price transparency and other measures that we've already taken before to protect consumers. There's very specific requests for the provincial and federal government. There's the need to intervene and to show leadership as the federal government is looking at its food policy and its artificial intelligence policy. We need to raise the flag here because our residents want this and need this. There was a protest outside yesterday calling for this, and this is a growing movement, not just in Canada, but across North America. We will never know what really is in those algorithms. They're proprietary. They're not, it's not possible to pierce it. And when I heard the Premier say, this is great, it's capitalism and competition. This is capitalism on the kind of steroids in which none of us are safe as our personal information is used against us. And that means that if we need something desperately, if we need something to live, we're gonna pay a higher price. We have no control over how our information is used, where it's stored, and even how it's monetized after to sell us more things. So this is kicking off something that's really needed in this country. And when we talk about the actual cost, an investigation of Instacart in the U.S. found that this could add $1,200 more to a family's grocery bill because of this work. We know that it's potentially being used already in Canada. We need to get ahead of this, protecting the public, just like we do the work to ensure that people have a roof over their head, that they have access to food that's healthy, that they can afford, and don't forego meals is crucial, and it's a perfect complement to what we've done in this term of council under the mayor's leadership to ensure that children are fed at school. Food is life, and we're protecting it.
Thank you. Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that we hear quite often at the door as the biggest issue for people is affordability. It's something that our residents are looking at City of Toronto to do something about. We cannot just point fingers to other jurisdictions and say, this is not our issue. In fact, this particular place, this conversation is a national conversation happening right now, whether surveillance pricing is here or not, whether it could be controlled, how far can we control it, is a national conversation. As the largest city in Canada, with the population we have something to offer to this conversation and to lead it with examples of what could be done across. And I think whether we understand whether it's here or not, people are talking about it. People know this is happening in transportation. When you're looking to get to one place and you look at different options and you go back and look at the same option, and when you check different places and go back, things are changing occasionally very quickly based on what your search history is. And this is something that is going to come. It's not like if it comes. I feel this is the trend, and we have to be upfront about what protections we have for our community. So I think, as other councillors have mentioned, this is something that we should do. This is something that we should be proactive about. AI is something that is going to impact all of our life in multiple ways, and knowing places where it's going to hurt our community the most and being proactive to advocate for those changes is critical. So food, as we have often cited, is the biggest affordability challenges right now, and to be able to put this in place to control the impact that we can have. And I think there is some misunderstanding in how it's being reported. We hear generally media reporting, this is based on ability to pay. That's the wrong term to use. Ability to pay may make it seem like it's based on your income. It's your vulnerability that's being preyed on. It's the vulnerability, your urgency, the sense of urgency, your desperateness that is being preyed on. So it's not your ability to pay, it's the situation you're in that is getting exploited in here. So, my bank balance is not going to determine it. My sense of urgency, whether I need to get to have to buy something urgently, if I have to go to a place urgently as an individual, that my sense of urgency, my sense of desperateness, my emergency situation is what is going to be used against me through surveillance. So that is not something that we should be okay with. And in fact, if we want to stop it, we have to take proactive steps, and this is a good way. And some of these legal stuff take long time. And in order for us to get ready for this, we have to start now, instead of saying, why don't we wait till it gets infiltrated into the system in a way that is going to be hard to stop and hard to manage. So I'm definitely in support of it, looking forward to Council's unanimous consent on this.
Okay. Members of Council, I want to remind you that we have a huge agenda, and I believe the target is to finish today. So if we can kind of rush it, I know that, well, I mean, you know, unless you want to come back tomorrow, Councillor Cole, that's fine. Okay. All right. Okay. Councillor Cole wants to come back tomorrow. Councillor Turner-Slin.
So, you know, when you go to the grocery store and you use one of those, one of your loyalty cards, you think you're doing a good thing to ensure that you're getting everything that's on sale. But all of that information is also being used, sometimes in ways that people don't always think about. And so I do think it is incumbent upon us to consider, how is this being used for good? How is it being used in ways perhaps where it shouldn't be? And when we think of all the vulnerabilities that we have with freedom of, you know, the information that gets provided through, whether it's through apps, whether it's through what you're looking at online, I think it is incumbent on us to think about what are the different ways we can protect the most vulnerable in our community, and particularly when it comes to things around affordability of food, which we know is such an urgent issue in our communities. I think it is incumbent upon us to do everything we can to protect Torontonians. So I do appreciate this motion being brought forward. And I look forward to thinking about how we can make things better. It starts with considering, you know, what are most vulnerable populations in Toronto, the challenges they're facing, but I really think this goes beyond that. When we consider the price of food, this is something that we're hearing about across our system, across our city, in every neighborhood, when we knock on doors or we talk to constituents about what's on their minds. You know, this is, food affordability is at the forefront of the conversation. And when we think about the health and wellness of Torontonians, it's really important that we're looking out for them. So I want to thank everyone for taking this so seriously and think about how we can be improving this situation for Torontonians.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the one thing that this also maybe brings to mind is that we should also choose to perhaps buy our food from our local grocery stores, our mom and pop small businesses. You know, we don't all have to go to the big chains. So that's one practical way that the everyday consumer can make that choice. And sure, at Cataldi's or at Lady York and these great stores I have in my area, they're not doing this kind of, you know, social media finagling with prices. And the green grocer at the bottom of your street, the discount green grocers we have all over the city now, that go down to the food terminal all the time and get food at discount prices. We've got to make that choice too. We have that. We just can't go always to the big luxurious. I mean, you go into some of these grocery stores and you think you're in the Taj Mahal there. But you pay for that. Just go down to the corner store and buy your tomatoes and bread and go to the local butcher. God forbid you should go to the local butcher. So those are some of the things that we should be encouraging people to do. It makes our local community stronger. It employs a lot of people. And sure, it's hard to avoid the big chains. And, certainly, places like No Frills and Freshco and all these places, they have some great prices, so it's hard not to go there. But let's not always go there. And the other thing, I think Councillor Perks made an excellent point. This is not just an off-the-cuff motion. The Loblaws and Weston family, they were caught price fixing. Bread, how low can you get? How low can you get? Basic food, bread, they were a $500 million class action lawsuit was settled because these giants stoop so low. I can see them fixing the price of caviar or lobster or, all these fancy things they sell. But they stoop so low to basically try and fix the price of an everyday commodity every family needs. Bread. That's one of the lowest things I think corporate Canada's ever done. Price fixing the price of bread. So that's why this is a serious matter. This is why we need to have some checks and balances. And especially in this crazy AI world we live in, you could have these bots take off on their own, doing things. They have no control of that anymore. You saw what happened where one of the AI bots basically took over another business. They didn't even know it. So they've even lost control of this type of AI madness that is essentially trying to control all commodities and everything in the marketplace. So that's why we have to at least say something here at Council to try and put some checks and balances in here so these lowlifes won't try and fix the price of bread tomorrow. Thank you.
So. Councillor Peruzza.
I thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think that this is a very, very important issue and an important issue for all of us. We all used to pay cash, right? I still love to pay cash. Yeah, like I got my money here. Like, see, like not much of it today because I went out last night and it's just, I got soaked by some folks. But I love to pay cash. I can't believe it when I get into a line wherever I go, and like you go to the movies and you got these kids and everybody else paying on their phone, tapping with their phones, right? For a movie, popcorn, like a soda, right? Forget the grocery store and everywhere else, right? So it used to be that if you went and booked a flight, right? You called up your travel agent, right? You called up your travel agent and said, I want to go from here to there, right? And your travel agent, these brokers, went out and got you a ticket, right? And then you ultimately, paid them. You could go and actually buy a ticket cash without, having to give all kinds of other, information and the rest of it. Now it's all information. You go exchange, $20 into another currency. It's like you got to give your bank account information. Otherwise, they don't give it to you anymore. So we have all falls victim and prey to the card and to the digital devices that all they do is simply collect information. One day you will walk up to the oranges in the grocery store, and depending on the device you got in your pocket, the credit card, the debit card, the phone, your watch, the earpiece, your eyeglasses that are scanning or whatever, well, they're scanning you. And there's going to be a digital price sticker on the oranges. And as you approach the oranges, the price is going to change from $1 to $5 because it's you. You know, you've all experienced it now. You go buy an airline ticket, right? You start looking for, because you got to do everything now online, right? Airline companies, they don't even pick up the phone anymore if you want to talk to somebody and say, I want to buy a ticket. It's like, no, you go online. That's like the easy peasy way to do it. Well, you know what? You look for a trip, you get a price. You look at another airline, you go back, and it's like, oh, hold on a second. Price has changed. It's gone up, right? And there's only 2 seats left. Scoop them now. Otherwise, you ain't getting on. You're not going, right? Because they got you. They got your information. Sucker. Why are you the sucker? Because you wired up. You completely wired up. Phone, card, pass card, digital card, watch, earpiece, eyeglasses, I don't know what else, right? Implant one day, right? So what do you think they're going to do? Right? There's some pointy-headed kid somewhere writing an algorithm to basically chisel you. You are theirs. And you know what our governments are doing while this is going on? They know it. If I know it, they know it. They're all smarter than I am. You know what they're doing? Being smarter than I am? Nothing. You know why nothing? Because those big corporate interests have the ear of everyone who makes the rules. Not you. They do. So you know why they're doing nothing? Because they got those guys whispering in their ear, not you. So by doing this, by speaking out,
5 seconds.
by kicking up a fuss, right? Hopefully we'll get to whisper a little bit in the other ear and they'll wake up and do a little something about it.
Thank
right?
you.
There you go.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I also just rise to offer my support for this. I think this is important. After housing and transportation, grocery costs are actually the things most people struggle with. This council has done a lot to address affordable housing. We've done a lot to keep transit prices low, and we have made good efforts on addressing the food security crisis that plays out across our city. I have, I think, 7 food banks operating in Scarborough North just alone. We've done the program where we make sure that all kids in the City of Toronto have a mid-afternoon snack because of the leadership of the Mayor. Councillor Perruzza put forward the motion on on having grocery stores that potentially the city could work with in order to lower the prices. But I think although we might lack the actual legislative power to implement some of what's in this motion, I think it sends the right signal and the right message to corporate Canada that people are concerned. People are really struggling with affording the basics of life. As Deputy Mayor Cole alluded to, we had the $500 million bread settlement. In the end, the company only suffered a $50 million fine. No one went to jail. and it just sends the message that these types of crimes or acts are sort of victimless when it's not. A lot of people in my community of Scarborough North are really suffering with pricing, and I hope this motion sends the right message that this council takes food insecurity seriously. We want people to be able to just enjoy a good quality of life, and part of that is just being able to afford the basics of life, and nothing's more basic than food. Thank you.
Thank you. On the item, let's have a recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs, please.
Councillor Thompson and Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please, or do you have the vote?
Councillor Pasternak, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Okay, members of council, our next timed item is CC 43.6 FIFA World Cup 2026 Toronto. Early outcomes from the hosting of the FIFA World Cup. So, if we have any questions, if you can please put your name on the screen. So nobody has any questions? Yeah, okay, just let me see if there's anybody for questions. Okay, let's go to speakers. Mayor Chow.
I have some motions. May I trouble the clerk? I have an amendment. You do not have it. Okay. My apology. I'll speak last then.
Okay, so if you can submit in your motions. No. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've been asked frequently about my view on hosting the FIFA World Cup. And,
Do you have a motion?
I have a motion, yes, that City Council requests the Auditor General to conduct a value for money audit on Toronto's hosting of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And as I was saying, I think, thoughtful people can hold two views at once about an event. I believe that this was a really fun, exciting opportunity for Toronto to be on the world stage and for our communities to feel a great sense of pride in seeing teams play that they love and care about, and who represent countries that they love and may have even called home. And I believe that Toronto should in the future host big events. We're a big global city, and it's good for us to be part of the international community and drive economic development and tourism this way. But I disagree with how it began with respect to signing the hosting agreement before we knew how much the federal and provincial governments were going to contribute. I disagree with moving forward with hosting a big event when you don't know how much money you're going to have to pony up, especially when Toronto, unlike American cities and cities around the world, doesn't have access to our provincial and federal sales tax. We don't have a revenue tool that grows with the economy, so therefore we don't adequately benefit from any revenue that comes in through people going to stores and restaurants and visiting our city. That was a mistake. So what did the city have to do? It had to scramble to figure out how to pull this together, how to offset that enormous cost of roughly $380 million. And remember, city staff, when it first estimated the cost of the entire game, suggested that it was going to be no more than $45 million. That was way off. So what did the city do? It resorted to essentially scalping. It resorted to having to figure out how to bring in money through the hotel tax, which we may not have met those targets. It resorted to selling VIP tickets at a fan fest, which also may not have reached its targets. And I just think from a financial perspective, this was a failure. I think from a city staff management angle, they should be commended. I think that city staff did a wonderful job. I think TTC staff did a wonderful job. I think our first responders did a wonderful job. And I want to commend them and I want to thank them. But we have to get real. And by the way, I do believe that FanFest does deserve some more scrutiny. I do have more questions around exactly how some of the choices were made with respect to that. And we should discover that with due time and just learn to do better. But ultimately it comes down to, as a big global international city, when the next time comes around that we have an opportunity to host a big event, to be part of something special, we need to know that we're on solid ground before we invest in that event. I think there does need to be more scrutiny over the agreement itself that we sign. I don't believe that FIFA's ever looking out for the interests of the host cities. I think that they're there to reap the benefits of those host cities. And I think ultimately, we can look back on this experience with humility and genuine contrition, recognizing that the way that this was agreed to was done poorly. The way that it was managed overall was done well. The joy and the celebration that it brought to our communities is inarguable. And the reason that I ask for the value for money audit is that I want us to learn from this experience, celebrate what we did well, and then learn from the mistakes so that we can do better.
Thank you. You do have a question for you, and that's from Councillor Holyday. Councillor Holyday, 3 minutes to question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wondered if Councillor Matlow had some ability to scope this, considering the ask in front of us is enormous. I think the overall games was $380 million, and I think it would add some numbers to that if this was to be done.
Well, the overall games was $1 billion. Our contribution was $380 million. Maybe it's more now. Right. But I really do think, listen, the Auditor General in their wisdom will make a decision about exactly sort of what they believe is a reasonable scope. But what I'm asking the Auditor General to do is look at how that money was spent, where it went, some of the contracts, the sole source contract that was decided on FanFest, look into basically how we went about hosting these games with that investment, and then give us recommendations on how to improve.
So that's helpful. Is there a way to scope that into the motion so that it's not left to the Auditor General to come up with something, and whether or not that meets Council's expectations would be found out later? I just think that if there's an opportunity to be direct in what you're asking, could that be an improvement to the motion?
I'm happy to talk with you more about any suggestions that you have. If you have any specific recommendations, I'm very open. I don't believe, though, the way that we wrote this motion, it does allow the Auditor General to make some, I think, reasonable decisions about how they want to go about their audit and come back to us with recommendations that they believe are helpful.
Did you talk to anybody in the Auditor General's office or the Public Service
My
about
office
what
did,
this
yes.
meant?
Yes.
And did they provide advice on how to scope the ask?
I'm not aware of any other recommendations other than how the motion is written.
Are you concerned about the cost of doing this? I'm
no.
not saying it's a bad idea. Just, do you have concern about how broad it could be?
No, not at all. I mean, the Auditor General will make, again, a reasonable decision about how broad or how big the scope will be. But ultimately, at a time when our city is facing real challenges with respect to even getting basic services provided as well as we want to, delays are common on the TDC. There are real issues that we need to face with respect to the finances that we have and the dearth that we don't. To spend maybe over $300 million of property tax money on hosting these games at a time that we didn't, I mean, City Council wasn't even made aware.
Last answer.
Made aware of how much
Sorry,
money
that was your last question.
57,
Sorry.
would you write a letter to the Auditor General scoping this? Would you consider that?
I'd be happy to work with you
Okay.
after this council meeting to write a letter to provide more of a prescribed scope, but I also don't want to tie their hands.
Okay.
I want to trust in their expertise to do the work that they choose.
He's just pushed me past that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You have an undertaking. Thank you very much. Councillor Carroll has a question. 1 second, please.
It's just a quick question, Madam Speaker.
There you go.
I'm going to assume that you are a member of the Audit Committee, Councillor Matlow, and you just had questions from the Chair of the Audit Committee. So you both understand that a request to the Auditor General is just that. She'll decide. So you would have no qualms if she was to wait for the final reckoning of this, which we'll get in the fourth quarter, finalizing of statements of the city. At that point, we'll have all the information alluded to in the supplementary report today. And at that point, she might decide on a scope of her own, and you would be okay with that?
Of course.
Thank you.
That's how it works.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you. There's also a group here that I'd like to be able to recognize afterwards, Speaker. I did have a chance to share my gratitude yesterday with just some of the city staff and the public service who made our hosting of the FIFA World Cup such a success. So I will be a little bit more brief today. First of all, I want to recognize the incredible breadth of work that this report in front of us demonstrates by our incredible city staff, agencies, partners, and boards, and our collective work together. We recognize the leadership of Mayor Chow and our council members in ensuring that our city shone and that we approached the hosting of this World Cup with as much care and responsibility for every single choice and every single dollar. And that does deserve to be looked at more closely. And what we also see here is that that work is going to be done with seriousness and diligence over the next short while, and to be able to report back in a more thorough and comprehensive way as well. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I wasn't here when we brought the FIFA World Cup to the City of Toronto, not part of making that decision, only was able to see the outcome of that and some of the choices that were made around the deals that were signed and the approach that was taken. But what I have been very proud of is that coming into this role and with Mayor Chow's leadership, that we have been committed, and I've told this to my communities, is that while didn't choose to bring the World Cup here, we were going to work to make it good for our city, for our community, and to make sure that on the world stage we could be proud of the way that Toronto showed up, welcome the world to the city. And what the Auditor General has proven out in their early reporting was that the structures around governance, around oversight, around transparency when it came to the city's hosting of the World Cup that Mayor Chow put in place alongside members of the executive team here, bringing in expertise and counsel in, particularly the dollars and cents and the budgeting of this was very important and was very critical in making sure that our hosting of the World Cup could move forward in a way that we could be confident about and that Torontonians could be confident about as well. I also want to put just a spotlight on the incredible work that was done around our mobility planning and our congestion management planning. In my communities, and I know right across the city, that was an issue of enormous concern and I would say even fear as we were preparing over the last few years around, how people would get around, and that in some of our busiest months, the summers in Toronto, that we are able to ensure that we can catch the excitement of the games, but also to be able to navigate our neighborhood safely and reliably. And my priority was to ensure that, especially in my communities that are right in the epicenter, in the heart of the hosting, particularly Liberty Village and Fort York, but also our downtown neighborhoods, were able to have the information that they need, that their expertise and their experiences were reflected and responsive in our planning, and that they knew where to get the information that we could. And the numbers around pedestrian, cycling, and transit volumes is absolutely incredible and should be a standard for hosting events, and also for us to be able to look at and debrief this experience to make sure that we are creating a city that is more accessible and more convenient through these modes, not just during big events, but all the time, that we are taking some of the best learnings from this experience and folding it into the experience of Torontonians day in and day out. That making transit, cycling, and walking in our city one of the most, the highest priority, the first place that you go to get around. I also heard really good feedback, especially from our local stakeholders who are partners in this work, in Liberty Village and Fort York, and with our BIAs, about how traffic and congestion was managed in the city. And one of the real heroes of our work that our council has been investing in from the very start are our traffic agents. Again, I want to thank city staff who've worked closely with my team over the past few years. I want to thank my communities of Fort York and Liberty Village who welcome the world so well, and that we were able to do incredible things before, during, and now in the legacy after the games to continue to improve our neighborhoods and build on the successes. We can do incredible things. We can host big events, and we can make it good for our city. We have to do it thoughtfully and with due diligence
5 seconds.
always. I look forward to the next steps and seeing those benefits even more clearly.
Councillor Cole.
Yeah, listen, sometimes people have to admit they were wrong and apologize for trying to turn a wonderful thing into something that was going to destroy Toronto. You heard all the comments. Oh, they're going to charge $10 for FanFest. They're going to charge you for water. There's going to be traffic mayhem. They were wishing the whole thing would have been a failure. Every day in the media you saw, oh, the cost of this, and they're not going to get visas, and the stadium is not going to be finished in time. They're not going to put up the temporary seats, and how will this ever happen? There's going to be, bedlam in the streets. We need extra security, extra cops. You heard all this doom and gloom, and here we go today. They won't admit they were wrong. This was a phenomenal success. I know we don't like to say that in Toronto, that we actually achieved a success. That the people of Toronto love this. That all the volunteers, I think we had, I can't remember, 300,000 people volunteer for this thing. I know my own daughter got refused. My granddaughters couldn't become volunteers. They were really upset. They said, haven't you got any pull there? No pull. So despite that, I still say it was a fantastic success. You heard about all the city staff who were seconded beyond doing their regular job to work on this. And I just want to say, one of the things we're forgetting is the incredible contribution made by the people of Toronto to this. They got behind it enthusiastically, not only in the downtown. I know we always talk about the downtown. God forbid I should not talk about the downtown. In all parts of the city, in North York, in Rexdale, in Scarborough, people were celebrating in their own neighborhoods the World Cup. They were watching their TVs in their local bars and restaurants. We had the local fan viewing, big screens. All over the city, the people of Toronto were behind it. They cooperated with the police. They cooperated with the TTC. You know, you should have been down, you know, the nabobs of negativism should have been down there when the Ghanaians and the Panamanians were in the fan march. They were just hugging each other. Ghanaians, Panamanians, Canadians, Bosnians, all walking together, laughing, cheering, excited. No incidences. The nabobs never talked about that because they weren't there when the Voyageurs were creating the fan march. Incredible Canadian display of patriotism and love of the game. And sure, FIFA is FIFA. We knew we had to deal with FIFA, but somehow they pulled it off. So the world wasn't turning into the bombing and the killing, and they were actually, the world was talking about soccer. Who else could do that? They did it. So for about 6 weeks, we didn't have to watch Mr. Orange on TV all the time bombing someone. That's another great benefit of having sport. So I just want to say too, and a lot of people who are negative and have been negative from day one, also let's remember the number of counselors that met for 4 years on this stuff. All the citizens and the volunteer groups behind the scenes and the business community that got sponsorship. You know, Councillor Thompson will tell you about that. They're met over and over and over again. All that work that was done by members of this council, members of the business community that made this thing happen. So, should we have the Auditor General be the judge of what was good for Toronto or not? Was the Auditor General measuring the fan response in the fan marches? Did they ever go to a fan fest event? Was the Auditor General, can they put a price tag on that?
5 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, you want to make an introduction at this time?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to recognize a group of youth visiting us in the council chambers today as part of a program by Urban Minds. Urban Minds is a Canadian nonprofit organization based in Toronto with a mission to create meaningful ways for youth to shape equitable and sustainable cities. Can we please give them a warm welcome, and thanks to their group leader, Veronica Brown. Thank you for being with us.
Welcome. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I think this city turned a sow's ear into a silk purse. We didn't get a good financial deal, but we did a wonderful job hosting FIFA and celebrating FIFA. I have the great advantage that my office looks out at the square. And so whenever, and there were games being shown on that large screen every day. And crowds were there in the thousands, jumping up and down and cheering and hug each other, or not, as the case may be. But the absolute enthusiasm that people felt, whatever their allegiance for their team. And it wasn't just at the giant screen in public places. It was everywhere. It was in the Cafe Diplomatico on College Street. It was on community screens that in my ward, a lot of people have street parties, and the street parties had giant screens where people could sit and argue about who ought to win, and everybody, and just enjoy the game together. So there was a tremendous amount of good feeling of community building that was built around it, turning our skating rink into a little soccer pitch where kids were running around playing soccer every single day. It was great. We did a lot of wonderful things with this challenge, with this opportunity. I do want to congratulate the staff for the way they work together every single day to solve problems, to keep things going. Really very impressive. This was, I don't know if you remember the Antoine d'Expéry book where the snake swallowed an elephant. Well, this was swallowing an elephant. And we did a really good job managing it. And I also wanted to particularly call out how people got around in the city. You remember all of the predictions about traffic chaos, and it was going to be terrible, and it was fine. It was better than fine. The TTC pulled out every stop. The Rapideo lines helped for sure. The extra staff helped. The extra money helped. The extra traffic agents helped. But the TTC worked beautifully, and now we're working at the TTC board to see how can we extend those successes into everyday life. Bike share blew out all of our records. We had 49,000 people one single day on bike share. We're over 4 million rides already, and we haven't even finished July. People got around on foot, on bike, on transit. There were far fewer cars choking our downtown. The traffic agents did a good job. We did a good job. We had a great party. We did a good job. And thank you to everybody who helped make it happen.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to express my gratitude to city staff and all boards and departments. They did a great job. We were able to actually thank them yesterday, as mentioned. And yes, it was expensive. We've actually acknowledged that openly. But I had the opportunity to go out into my neighborhood, my community, and see people engage and talk to each other, talk to your neighbors, young and old. I went to Regent Park, the Center of Excellence, where young people actually went in and they sat down, they watched the game very excitedly. St. Jamestown, same thing. You know, people who don't normally actually come together, they did that. Soccer does that for people globally, right? It brought the world here and people loved it. Sankofa Square. I mean, we saw what happened when the Gannon folks came in and we closed down the street. I was actually invited to go into that space. I could not even make it down there because traffic was mayhem, or even walking. I wasn't driving, I was walking. Couldn't get there myself. But, you know, I have to say that I was concerned in the back of my head that there was going to be some sort of violence, right? There's going to be someone with a gun or a knife or something, and that's what the message is going to be. None of that happened. Throughout the entire FIFA experience, there was pretty much no violence in the city of Toronto. And again, thanks to Toronto Police and all the people who actually made sure that we stayed safe. But it's important to note that. And we can do great things here in the city, right? We can do that. And we should actually strive to continue to do that. So again, I want to thank staff and all those who made it possible. I hope that this is not the one and done, but we have more great things to happen here in the city of Toronto. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to add my 2 cents to this. I'm not going to poo-poo it. Okay, I know that there's some folks that have been, poo-pooing this thing from the get-go, so I'm not going to add poo-poo to that. In fact, I want to try to shovel some of that off in some way. There is no question that this started off, with sort of a deal that, was done kind of, last minute in some other place. And there's no question that our mayor got handed this deal when she came on. But quite frankly, I think that she moved it along and turned what was a deal that may have been questionable into something that turned out to be really, really good for the city of Toronto. Football. I have an 11-year-old son. He was absolutely enthralled with this thing. His friends were enthralled with this tournament. Every single day, he knew the games, he knew the players, he knew what was going to happen. They were excited. Like, excited is an understatement, right? I know that a lot of leagues didn't have the capacity to sign all the kids that wanted to play soccer, football this summer. You all know that too. Why? Because this beautiful game, this beautiful tournament, this massive thing, the biggest thing that happens in the world, the biggest bar none, we were a part of it. We got to be a part of something way, way bigger than ourselves. Cape Verde, little island country from nowhere. These young boys took the field, played their hearts out, made a name for themselves, lifted their country and their place of origin and birth to heights that it has never seen. Ever seen. Magnificent. How do you put a value on that? Quantify it for me. Get all the auditors in the world, put them together in a row, and get them to quantify that, put a value to it. Please do that. Canada. Our mighty, mighty Canada. Who would have thought that they would have risen to such heights, to that level? To make it to the round of 16 and made us all so very proud, so very Canadian. Unity. How do you value communities that come from all over the world? Countries unbeknownst to us. Driving around, honking their horns, waving their flags, living side by side in harmony and peace, getting along, getting to know each other. Please ask all of those auditors to put a value on that. Give me a money amount for that. Iran, at war with the United States, the power of football. Iranians played in the United States while they are at war. Ask all those pointy-headed auditors to put a value on that. What is that worth? What is the unifying power of that worth? And we got to be a part of it. We, little Toronto, got to be placed on that stage, at that height, at that level. Ask all of those auditors to put a value on that. Then come back to me, and we can talk dollars and cents. Hip, hip, hooray.
5 seconds.
For everyone who had a hand in this. Well done to each every one of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bravo.
To me, FIFA is a four-letter word. I have to admit that. but I do want to talk about football and its value. This was, in many ways, one of the most beautiful World Cups and one of the ugliest. The intervention of Donald Trump, his elevation as a human rights awards recipient, these are farcical, ridiculous, despicable. The intervention in overturning a red card, suspension, these kinds of things are polemical and have changed the game forever. The announcements at the final that sounded like we were in a casino or at a wrestling match degrade the game in many ways. But you can't really degrade this game because it belongs to everyone. You can play with a ball made of rubber bands. You can make a ball out of cloth. And that is what happens on the streets all over the world. And that's why I love this game so much. In 2002, I timed the birth of my son so I could be at home on maternity leave because it was Japan, Korea, and I stayed up all night with my baby. People that know me know that, the moment I saw Ronaldinho play for Brazil was like it was like a ray of light touched me in the middle of the night. I do think that there was so much beauty in our city, and I think this is a good opportunity to remember that Toronto is amazing. We hear so many negative things about Toronto and so much online crap, honestly. Sorry, Speaker, but that deep fakes, images of people who are unwell shared, constant running down the city, running down what we do, what we offer, who we are, and I think we showed Toronto in the best possible light. This was a peaceful World Cup. People came from all over the world. People in Toronto celebrated. Every day on St. Clair, where I lived, there was a different parade. We showed a game. We showed Canada's first game at Earls Court Park. And in the break, the halftime, there was a massive kids pickup game at the same time. This kind of stuff just binds you together in a way that so many other things can't. We dance samba on the street. It's just magical. It's beautiful, and I love it. I also want to ensure that everyone understands how much TTC was appreciated. It's also a habit in this chamber and all over the city to run down TTC. I had a very nice commute this morning, I have to say, and my streetcar lined up with my train, and that happens more often than people who don't take transit realize, because TTC is getting better every day, and that's because of the investments that have been made by the City of Toronto and the work of the TTC. You think about the 91% satisfaction rate that happened during FIFA for TTC, that's amazing. But there was a 92% sense of safety felt across the board on TTC because people felt that they could see more workers out. They could see whether somebody answering sort of 411 type questions. That made a massive difference. We have to lean into that because we are making improvements and we have an obligation to say TTC is great and we should take it like I do every day, sometimes multiple times a day. Yeah, there were 3.6 million rides, but I think that overall it's this opportunity. There was 1.6 billion media impressions during the World Cup about TTC. And what was the percentage that was negative? Can anybody guess? 4% negative impressions during that time. That is amazing. It's something we should big up and celebrate, just like we did when we saw all the joy of this game. I want to say that Toronto is a wonderful place. I am so happy to live in Toronto. I wake up every day and I'm grateful that this is the city that where we landed when I came here as a refugee. And when we show ourselves for who we really are, different countries of origin, different affiliations, we wear different clubs jerseys depending on who we support, whether we're watching La Liga, whether we're watching the Premier League, and when we watch MLS here. I wore my Toronto jersey, original, that doesn't even have a BMO logo because I'm a day one supporter. I want to just say thank you to all of the staff, all of the dedication, all of the work that was done by councillors who sat at the table. And I want to thank Mayor Chow because she turned something that could have been really problematic and difficult into something that actually was beautiful despite everything.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Best in class. We should be proud. We, this city, Team Toronto. Numbers, 940 million to be realized in economic output and benefits. 520 million GDP. The municipalities and so on will generate about maybe $25 million. It's a large number. Jobs, 6,600 jobs. That's a lot. We have actually seen almost 500,000 visitors to our city. That's a lot. There are benefits there that has accrued to the city and to businesses that would not have otherwise occurred. Not to this magnitude, not during this particular period of time. We have seen, well, temporary, some boost to the economy during this particular period. The global exposure, over 3.5 billion people watching this sport. And remember, there was one day, one specific day, or a couple, but one specific one, when Ronaldo and the team playing here in Toronto. Toronto was the only place where soccer, football was being played that day in the world, aside from young people kicking a ball around. But we know they weren't because they were watching it on TV, because the stars were playing right here in Toronto, right here in Toronto. FIFA has never guaranteed a host city the ability to make money. What they've actually guaranteed you is the ability to benefit from what you do, your input, your investment. It's a sunken cost, I get it. But the fact of the matter is that we now have an opportunity as this great city to elevate based on the games. Councillor Carroll's traveled the world selling Toronto. I've traveled the world selling Toronto. We know that there are commonalities. We know that there are synergies when we have something of significance to celebrate as well as to talk about from a business perspective, from a social perspective. So when you simply say we get no benefit from it, it's actually not true. We get enormous benefit from it. Now here's the thing. You have to remember, of all the 16 cities that actually had games, we were best in class. We had the smallest stadium, and people talk about that. But what was interesting, those who know about football and soccer tells us that the small stadium in Toronto was so unique. And the best player in the world, in my view, Ronaldo, has said this was the best place to play soccer. And so I want to make sure that I listen to the professionals, and which is key. I also want to make sure that the professionals, as some that were sitting behind us here, Karen Ballenbach, should be celebrated because of what she has done to help us. She brought a lot of people together. The other person that we should celebrate is our city manager, because he was tasked with bringing all of this together in his addition as part of this team. Ahar Shrodi, thank you. We spent a lot of time talking with all these folks about making sure that the games were going to obviously deliver for Toronto, where we could be proud of it. If you check on social media and the internet, maybe, I guess in 1994, maybe a city came close to breaking even with FIFA. That's not the game. You're buying an opportunity with an organization that has the global control of football in the world. And you want to connect with that, and that's what we've done. And I'll dare say that we connected with it with excellence, with a sense of purpose, with coordination, and with focus. Then I want to tie two other people to this. David Sagnacki, because the mayor brought him in to make sure that we covered everything. There's a lot of work that we did. I know I've been there since day one. But when the mayor came in, because it was a situation of change in leadership in this city, she grabbed the medal and she said, look, I'm not happy with all that took place. And I heard that. But this is what I have to work with. I want to make sure it's the best. I'll also make sure we're not spending any more than the $380 million. And by the way, those who are saying that we spend $380 million taxpayers' money in Toronto, not true. $179 million. We got monies from the feds and the province. And 1 second, Speaker, I just have to finish. It's really one point. It was always a process that we negotiate, like we do when we want funding from transit and other funding from the federal and provincial government. It's never guaranteed, no matter what the needs. And this was the same principle that we conducted, and we were benefited from it. So good on us, Toronto. We should win. We should win together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. This is a motion that was advocated for by the YWCA. It is estimated that when a city hosts large sporting events like FIFA, that there can be a 20 to 40% increase in intimate partner violence. So the advocates and frontline agencies are just asking us to take a look at the statistics of what happened in our city during FIFA. I know it's a very sobering motion compared to all the celebratory comments by my colleagues, but I think it is important that we take a look and see what happened because it's a very serious issue. So I want to thank Deepa Mattu and Sammy Pritchard who put work into advocating for this analysis, and I think it's important because whatever we find, it doesn't just support our work in eradicating IPV and GBV in our city, but it can inform future organizers. I also just want to speak to the importance of the investment that the city has made in FIFA in countering the toxicity and negativity that seems to have taken our city in many ways. And being able to stand shoulder to shoulder and cheer for something together, similar to Canada Day, it's a unique opportunity that I think we really leveraged for an increase in the positivity across our city. I know that there was a lot of work, many years of hard work along the way, and so I do thank everyone who really made the difference to deliver something that we could be proud of. I'll also be the other voice that will say, you know, I did have some residents in North York that felt like the love and the glow of it just felt very distant. And I know that we were bound by some terms about where a fan fest could happen and how it only could be one. But I also saw other cities negotiate differently and find a way to have microsites. And I think that in retrospect or in the future, if we have such an opportunity, that we really need to reach the corners of our city so that all the city can feel the love. I do appreciate we had a few smaller events, but people just want to cheer their teams together. Being able to be in community and cheer on your favorite country, your favorite player, it really means a lot, and finding ways to deliver those opportunities. And I know some of them did happen in community centers, but I was able, thanks to staff, host a watch party at Memorial Hall. We had 300 residents come. It was sold out because people wanted to cheer on Team Canada together. So that would be my only, I think, hope for future, that we find ways to make sure communities have opportunities to gather outside the downtown core, especially when it's such a happy, joyful thing. We want that everywhere, all at once, as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morley, did you want to make an introduction at this time?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you to my colleague, Councillor Shan, for as well the flag. We're really glad to welcome new members of the Toronto Youth Cabinet, some new and some veteran as well, including our current leadership team. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being part of our city and sharing your voices on behalf of the youth. We're really glad to have you represented today. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you and welcome. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there was a great old Torontonian. We named a school after her, Ursula Franklin. And she famously said, the mayor will remember because it was talked about a lot. It was during a time of great activism, but it describes something in Toronto's DNA. And some activists came to say, oh, this is terrible, that's terrible, what are we going to do about it? You're the wise woman of this community, what should we do? And she listened and she listened to it and listened to all the things that needed to be dealt with and then said, okay, are you done awfulizing now? Now that you're done awfulizing, what are you going to do about this? She didn't actually invent that word. It actually came from an American psychologist who was talking about a tendency in human nature to just awfulize. Because it's so much richer and easier to do. It's what's wrong with things is something that leads to conversation. It can go on endlessly. And this bid came about in a way that wasn't 100% unanimous in this council chamber. No bid ever is. It's never unanimous. There's always going to be a segment that says Red Knot Circuses, this should go away. There's always going to be that. But if you win the bid and you got to go on with it, you at a certain point have to decide you're going to make a success of it.
I just want to make sure. I sent the pictures I like,
you could
more
stop my
casual
clock.
ones.
You could stop my clock, please. I don't know where that's coming from, but it's distracting. I think it's gone now, but it was quite distracting, wherever it was coming from. So I think if we want to be really honest with ourselves, at the beginning of the current term, this administration, not 2022, but in 2023, we started with the awfulizing. There's a certain amount of analysis and what is this bid? It's not ours, it came from before. Oh, this is awful. But I sat in this term and waited, and the tide turned. In rolling up our sleeves and having to do the work with the Secretariat, this administration stopped awfulizing at some point and started focusing on how are we going to have a success in this community. We started listening to all of the agencies and all of the components. We started actually saying, we're a part of this, now it has to happen, how are we going to be in it? And some of the latest people to that table still came to that table. And so now we have this success. Like it or not, we had a worldwide, globally recognized success. For me, the turning point was the day that the manager of the Portugal team gave that rapturous speech about how wonderful Toronto was, and he wished that they could play every game to the end of the tournament in this city because it was his favorite. Around the world, the other host cities, leading up to the event, kept saying to Torontonians when they visited those committee meetings, what is wrong with the media in your town? Why are they so negative about this event that is coming? What's happening up there? But those same people were asking a question a week in, how did you do that magic trick? Wow, it's now suddenly the best host city of them all. Everyone's saying how magical Toronto is. Torontonians have an ability to stop awfulizing at certain moments. In Sankofa Square, we stopped awfulizing about the FIFA tournament, and I dare say, Madam Speaker, we stopped awfulizing about the name of that square, too. The Ghanaian community finally owns that name and owns that square. And that, to me, is one of the benefits that the Auditor General better put in her report. That was a big win. We had lots of wins. In tourism, we talk in the language of conversions. Was there a magical moment, and does it convert to visitors, leisure, business? Does a business trip turn now into a convention? And does the convention turn into attendees saying, let's move our company here? What can you convert? You always convert from these events. Montreal's done it many times. They had deficits from Expo 67, deficits from the Olympics. But did they have conversions? Yes. They only have a business community in that city at all, accompanying Toronto, because they converted from their magical moments, business, opportunity, economy.
5 seconds.
We have the ability to do that if we stop awfulizing and recognize that we did something well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Last speaker, Mayor Chow.
Council members, there's no way I could capture the passion that I've heard from my Councillor Peruzza, and the facts and the figures, the excitement that I heard. Just what a team we have here. Councillors, the amazing staff that we saw yesterday, represented by Sharon and our city manager's team. It's phenomenal. And I heard words like magic, harmony, excitement, unforgettable. Those are very, very special words. And I hear that from the councillors, and it meant a world to me and to everyone that we represent. Yes, World Cup right here in Toronto is a great success, thanks to everyone's hard work and their faith in believing that it will be successful. And that takes a commitment, takes a leap, because yes, we are very familiar with saying no, or familiar with saying negative things. Councillor Carroll called it awfulization or something of that nature. Yes, but what I want to do is, how do we keep those success, those good times going? Because we learned a whole lot of things. We learned that by using more traffic agent at key intersections, we can get things moving. When I first came in on council, there were, I think, 1 or 2. We now have 127. And they are wonderful addition. They're here to stay, and let us look at how they can help improve congestion. We also added traffic cameras, very helpful in managing congestion. So let's keep those in place and expanding more of those to key intersections to get traffic moving. There we also expanded traffic signal priority. So the streetcars, the buses can go a lot faster, and let us continue to do that. We have identified a whole lot of measures, just naming a few. The one thing that we are very proud of is our command centers. It's all of us, all of the city team working together, coordinating, which is why we're able to enjoy those magical moments. And let us continue to do that, and let us celebrate it, but also put that into how we operate right here in the city. So those are stronger coordination and all those that we can do in this event. Tournament might be over, but I believe that we can continue from the lessons and keep the city moving ahead. I just want to end by saying one word about dollars. The dollars we spent is not property taxpayers. It is through the hotel levies. Okay? And yes, we kept it with the support of David Sanaki, former budget chief, and this budget chief, and all of the staff here. We kept it at $380 million. It's very clear. The report said so. We know that is the case. I just want to remind folks in British Columbia and Vancouver, they spend anywhere from $700 to 729 million. That's almost double the amount. So if you're talking about value for money, let me tell you, we've done a very good job in there also. So thank you to everyone's support, enthusiasm, passion, facts, figures, and that together we can accomplish a lot more.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen to vote. Motion by Councillor Matlow, it's on the screen. Pardon? Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Motion 1 carries. The vote is 21-4.
Next motion. Pardon? Okay, we have to reopen the item. All in favor? Carried. Okay, let's revote.
Councillor Cole, please.
The revote on motion 1 carries. The vote is 22-4.
Okay, next motion. Motion by Councillor Chang, on favor, carried. The mayor's motion, recorded.
Councillor Cheng, please.
Councillor Holliday, Councillor Pasternak. Thank you.
Motion 3 carries. The vote is 25-1.
Okay, please, quiet. Okay, is that it for the motions? Okay, item is amended. Oh, the item is done. Okay, that's it. All right, Councillor Candeval, you want to do it in introduction? Are they here? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to recognize and introduce the Baitul Aman Masjid. They're running a summer school program for students in my ward. I want to honor them and introduce them, but also recognize they were given a choice of the CN Tower a park and City Hall, and almost all of the kids chose City Hall. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to our next item, which is IE 3110, restoring road safety markings after utility cuts. Councillor Sachs, you held the item down. Do you have questions? Does anybody have any questions? Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay, to speak. Councillor Moyes, do you have a question or not? No, but so, okay, on this item? Okay, but no questions. Councillor Moyes, please answer. Do you have any questions? Okay, Councillor Crisanti, questions.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. So I'm just wondering what the process is after utilities are out and they do extensive utility work in terms of the timing for city staff or the utility company, if it's their job, to restore all the line markings on the road and to restore everything back to what it was.
Sorry, Councillor, would you mind repeating the question?
Yes. So anytime there's any utility work done anywhere across the city, certainly up in Etobicoke North, we get them all the time. What is the process and the timing from when that utility work is complete to restore everything, and how is that coordinated? Because there seems to be a gap. It takes, way too long to restore the road markings, to restore the road to what it was before the utility work took place. Can you speak to that?
Through the Speaker, thank you for the question. We are currently working to advance and reduce those timelines, making all efforts possible. Currently, our expectations are that they're typically done the following construction season. However, we do know the actual timelines vary from cut to cut based on the extensiveness of the work. But we are working internally to try to reduce those timelines as much as possible.
So you're saying you're working to reduce the gap, the timelines. Is there like a communication issue? Why is there such a gap currently right now?
It does take quite an extensive amount of coordination between multiple parties. So it's typically a different contractor who will do the permanent restoration, who focuses and specializes in that type of work, including restoring the roads and sidewalks, whereas the initial installation contractor really focuses on underground. So there is another step where they need to come back and re-coordinate to perform that work.
And I know that we've discussed this in this council chamber some many months ago, and I know that Councillor Fletcher had the same concern. There seems every time they put up these red pylons to do their work, and there's a gap now by the time they come back and do the markings, these red pylons seem to sit there many years beyond that work is ever complete. And we still haven't fixed it to this day. And I'm just, beside myself as to why we can't get that straight. And we still have pylons lying around everywhere, on curbs, in the middle of the street. Can that be fixed?
Through the Speaker, so we are taking a number of initiatives to address the traffic cones. They're not just related to utility construction, but many other construction projects across the city. Part of the work that we've already done is we've implemented what's called a completion form. So as part of their RoadRs submission, which is for their road restrictions, they now have to submit a completion form at the end of that work, and part of that form, they're uploading a before and an after photo, as well as attesting that they've removed everything. And we are working to sequence that up with some inspections and follow-ups to ensure that we have a better outcome there.
Yes, and I remember that. There's supposed to be a before and an after photo. Has that, did you just say that it's been implemented and we're getting the after photos after the work is complete currently as we speak here today?
It has been implemented for utility applications, but there's still ongoing work to expand and look at that for other constructors.
Well, can you undertake can we make sure that that happens at the same time concurrently with the other work that we're doing as well?
Through the Speaker, yes, Councillor, we are currently implementing that through our RODARS process.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, I'm just going to ask about the number of times that there are cuts, because there might be a utility cut for water, and then a utility cut for Bell, and a utility cut for Enbridge. And at some point, you have to redo the entire street, but that's not happening in any, I will say, quick fashion at the moment. And how are you tracking the number? I did have this motion here. It's been here, I guess, 6 or 7 months now, sitting there. And what's your plan for tracking and repairing based on everybody's been in that street? There's nobody going back in unless it's an emergency. And how many streets are there?
So through the Speaker, again, as part of the new cut permit completion report that we're implementing, that is also improving our tracking of the number of cuts on a street. When it comes to addressing the accumulated impacts of utility cuts and or other maintenance patching over time, that's already being partially addressed through our regular asset management processes, where vehicles are able to assess the number of patches. But in addition to that, we're also working on advancing some improvements there so we can identify areas with extensive patching and be a little bit more proactive. And that's work that's ongoing in the division.
So I've brought 4 streets forward to you probably a year and a half ago. Were they never acknowledged, or do I have other ones? How many streets are in those conditions across this city? And what's your plan outside of we're going to do something?
Okay, so through the Speaker, I don't have the number of streets across the whole city to hand. What I can tell you is that the 4 streets that you brought forward, we have actioned those to be done this year. So those ones will be completed. We also have, you'll recall, as part of our 2026 budget that we did include for some more utility inspectors as part of that. So as we bring those people on board, we are proactively reviewing all of our permit cut database, inspecting those streets, and then we'll be looking at those areas where there are multiple cuts that need to be repaired, or where there's been multiple cuts and there's been degradation to the pavement, and bringing forward through the State of Good Repair Programme an expedited process to then do surfacing repairs on those roadways.
Are you telling me somebody's actually going to go out and look at something again after COVID, where I don't think people have really been out on the streets? That'd be great news.
Through the Speaker, yes, we will have inspectors who will be out there looking.
How many?
30.
Through the Speaker, 34.
How will they decide where? Somebody going to drive around each ward and then say, we can identify where those are? I'm going to assume that in new subdivisions, most of the utilities are in already. Would I be right?
Through the Speaker, that would be correct.
So you could identify, here's places where the gas is in already, all the cables are underground, the everything that's modern is down there. How many wards would that be in the city?
Through the Speaker, I don't know off the top of my head. In terms of the process, we would use both the utility cut permit process and the RODARS process now to identify those locations where there have been multiple utility cuts over stretches of road, and then we would prioritise those for both inspection and then subsequent to inspection, then the repair.
Have you considered one inspector per ward so they would really know their territory quite well and be able to report to you very quickly that here are our top ones with the most cuts, these are pretty good, these roads haven't had any? Is that something you've considered, or is it just 34 people, I guess, going wherever they're getting sent?
Through the Speaker, yes, they will be ward-based.
Ward-based?
Yes.
and we'll have access to that conversation with the ward-based inspectors. So there's 34, and there's 25 wards. So what are the extra 9 going to be doing?
Through the speaker, so in addition to the ward-based, when there are higher volumes of construction, those additional inspectors will be deployed to those areas where there's higher volumes, as well as dealing with customer service requests and other issues. There's lots of work to keep them busy.
So we will meet our ward inspector and have a relationship with that ward inspector as per the utility cuts and the kind of condition of the pavement, which in some areas is just, actually the word atrocious does come to mind.
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, correct, Councillor.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. So I just want to clarify, does this motion also get at the fact that we have many bell boxes that are on the public boulevard that have been left in a state of disrepair for decades? There are these brown, ugly boxes in front of people's front yards with wires hanging out of them. Does this motion get at that as well?
Through the speaker, this particular motion doesn't get at that issue, but what we will be doing is utilising the inspectors that I just mentioned to identify issues like that so that we can then follow up with the utility companies and make sure that those are repaired.
Thank you. So when I have another issue in my ward where Toronto Hydro has done some work, they've cut up the pavement, and now the end of people's driveways, I think it's called the pan, has been left in a bad state. It's pooling water. They've asked Toronto Hydro to make the repairs. Toronto Hydro refuses. So what power does this motion give the city to actually go in and rectify that work that was done incorrectly? Or it wasn't done incorrectly, it was just the after work wasn't in a good standard.
Through the speaker, I think we need to look into that. We need to look into those on a case-by-case basis, and then we could follow up with the utility companies.
So what would change as a result of this motion in the current process where someone reports it to 311, and often they're getting very frustrated because none of the changes, whether it's the bell box, whether it's the pylons that Councillor Crisanti referenced, or the example that I'm referencing, has actually been able to change, and even with the councillor pushing, nothing seems to get done, and everyone's pointing fingers at other departments.
So through the speaker, so this motion in particular only really drives at the markings, so pavement markings. So the condition of how the utility leaves the restoration, that would be picked up through our RODARS process where they have to submit after photographs, and then also through our inspectors inspecting.
What about when the condition is there already? So again, these bell boxes or the state of the current road. So what do we do now with the state of some of these assets, these infrastructure that are in a poor state because they weren't properly repaired when the original work was done?
So through the speaker, so I've already covered the bell boxes, so our inspectors would identify those, and then we'd address those with the utility companies. In terms of where cuts have degraded over time, that would be part of the inspection process that I was outlining to Councillor Fletcher, where our inspectors would go out, they would identify areas where there has been significant road degradation as a result of the number of cuts or as a result of the quality of the cuts over time, and we would then programme those for repair.
Is it anticipated that Torontonians will be able to report these issues to 311 and get them addressed in that fashion as well, rather than waiting for the individual to come by and maybe they happen to see something, maybe they don't, because obviously there's a lot of ground to cover here?
Yep, through the speaker, absolutely, and we encourage residents to submit service requests through 311 so that we can then properly respond to them.
When do you anticipate getting this program off the ground and Torontonians actually seeing results in terms of these long-standing issues starting to be resolved and fixed?
So through the speaker, so we've made a start already. What I would say is that this has been a problem which has been building up over a number of years, so it's not going to be an immediate quick fix. But we have started on it, and we are developing the framework to ensure that we can move forward expeditiously. We're bringing the inspectors on board. We then, through the 2027 and onwards budget process, will need to be programming those additional works in.
How many inspectors do you expect to hire in the initial round in the 2027 budget?
So The inspector ask was in the 2026 budget, so we've already commenced hiring of those. I don't have the number off the top of my... We currently have 14 hired at the moment.
14 hired?
Progressing hiring of the rest of them.
So in the 2027 budget, are you going to be at a standard where every ward will have at least one inspector?
Through the Speaker, so we already have the positions in the budget through the 2026 budget, so I would expect that certainly by 2027 we would have those positions filled, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs, questions?
Yes, so thank you, Ashley. You've already addressed one of the points, which is my motion is not asking about permanent repairs, which we do need. That's been dealt with already with Councillor Fletcher's motions and the other questions. My question is about safety markings. Now, we've heard that you plan for permanent repairs the following construction season, but you agree with me that safety markings cannot wait that long.
Through the Speaker, absolutely, Councillor, I agree with that.
Okay, and we need the safety markings. Safety markings are for the life and health of pedestrians and cyclists, so we need them restored as quickly as possible after construction, whether or not the permanent work has been done, correct? Now, when we were negotiating over the terms of the motion, I asked you if we could put in a 2-week limit, and you said no. Why was that?
Through the Speaker, just in terms of practicality, in terms of making sure that the work can be programmed appropriately. As Zach outlined earlier, it's often for the utilities, it would be a different contractor who would come back and do the line markings. As opposed to the asphalt contractor, it could be weather dependent as well.
All right. What about winter? If somebody digs a hole or pours asphalt in November, are you saying there should be no safety markings all winter?
Through the Speaker, so I don't think we're saying there are no safety markings through the winter. I think we're simply recognising, Councillor, that safety markings won't adhere to the pavement surface in certain temperatures or when there's a lot of salt on the road. So we just need to be cognizant of that and make sure that the markings are being applied in an appropriate condition.
Okay. But the main thing is this will make a change and we'll get our safety markings back faster, right?
Through the Speaker, correct.
Thank you. And without waiting for the permanent repairs?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Okay. Councillor Sachs, you held the item down. Councillor Sachs, you held the item down to speak.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking everyone to support this motion as it is without changes. I know that everyone would like to have permanent repairs done right away. I know everyone would like to have a 2-week limit. I've explored this at length with staff. They can't do it. All of the issues about permanent repairs are being dealt with separately under Councillor Fletcher's motion. Please don't try to patch them onto this motion. Let this motion do what it's for, which is for safety markings. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I am actually working on a motion with staff. They just putting
Well,
final touches on it.
Well, we're at the item, so.
I understand that, but it's not really me.
Well, we're at the item, so we're going to finish this. Councillor Crisanti to speak. We're at the item now, Councillor Moyes. Councillor Crisanti.
Speaker, I'm also working on a very small amendment, but an important
Okay, but
one.
we're at the item.
I understand we are,
Yeah,
but I just
so-
got this, and clerks will be getting it in the next few seconds, or I can tell you what it is.
Does the clerk have Councillor Crisanti's amendment?
No. If I may, Speaker, my amendment is to add a timeline to recommendation number 3, as we did for recommendations 1 and 2. That's it. To make sure that we have a 2-week, 2 weeks after closing or completing the job, of course, weather permitting, in those timeframes. So if clerks can see and just make that adjustment for for recommendation 3. It's a good
No,
motion.
that's not the way it works.
I-
No, we can't. Okay. Since nobody has their motions ready, let's just vote on the item. On favor on the item? On favor? Carried. Thank you. We'll do quick releases before we break for lunch. We've dealt with that item. That's it. Everybody knew where it was on the agenda. Yes, do we have 18? We have 18? If I can have everyone take their seats so we can introduce some members' motion, and I'm going to have a timeline because I'm getting 3 or 4 every minute. Like, there has to be a cutout. At one point, I'll let everybody know. Yeah. No, I understand, Councillor Fletcher, but what I'm saying, there has to be some cut off. We can't just continue to midnight. All right. Do we have any quick releases? Are you ready to introduce those motions? Releases first. Councillor Shan. Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have SC 33.38.
I'm sorry, what is it?
SC 33.38, and I have an amendment that's been...
Okay. Please, quiet. Okay, on SC 3338.
There's an amendment that's asking for a community meeting.
Okay, the amendment is on the screen by Councillor Shan. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Do we have any other quick releases? Anybody? Okay, Councillor Cheng, you have a lot here that are without recommendations, so can you work on that so we can release those items? Mayor Chow? Councillor Cole, would you like to, you second the Councillor Cole? Mike? Hello? Councillor Cole, you second the motion for the mayor. Can you introduce it, please?
Sure, I introduce it.
Okay. Well, you have to say it.
I said it. Read it. Just read the title. Okay, that the mayor be permitted to, what is it? The Mayor Chow be permitted to add to the agenda of today's meeting an urgent motion without notice, exploring a partnership with the Jays Foundation to establish a Jays Care Academy in Toronto.
Okay. On favor?
But
carry.
not...
Okay, who's next? Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole, you have one that you have to introduce that you've moved.
Which one?
Son.
Okay.
Section 37.
Oh, yes, okay. I'll move that be permitted to add to the agenda of today's meeting an urgent motion without notice concerning authorization of Section 37 locally branded street signs for the Bedford Park neighborhood. That's in North York. Okay.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. Just have a couple. Thank the staff for helping me there. That is for a refresh for a water feature at the new Coxville Common.
Okay, on favor? Carried.
I think there's another one, maybe. No, not yet. After lunch. Thank you.
Okay, where is everybody? Deputy Mayor Malik, you have some motions you want to introduce. Councillor Morris, please get off the phone so you can introduce these motions.
Busy day. Okay, what am I doing?
Well, we're all busy, aren't we?
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
You second the motion, so that's
what's
why you have to
Councillor-
introduce it.
Okay, so yeah, so.
Well,
as
hold
a-
on. Wait till it gets on the screen. Okay, there it is on the screen.
Yes, St. Baptist Market Square. This matter is urgent because of the Grange precinct real estate strategy is currently underway.
Can't hear you.
The matter is urgent because of the Grange precinct real estate strategy is currently underway.
On favor? Carried. There's another one. Oh, well, Councillor Bravo's not here.
You want me to do it? Sure, I can do it.
No, you
I
can't
will.
because you didn't second the motion.
Okay.
Okay, we'll just have to wait. We'll just have to wait till after lunch to introduce that. Councillor Candeval.
I've got two motions. If they could be, the first one could be put on the screen. This is a motion to monitor development activity, infrastructure service, environmental planning along a stretch on Kingston Road.
On favor? Carried. Okay. Do we have a second one for Councillor Candeval? Okay, there's the second one, Section 45 funds.
Yeah, this is to use funds, Section 45 funds for public art mural along Kingston Road in the Birchcliff neighborhood. Oh, no, sorry, Cliffside. Yeah.
On favor? Carried. We're recessed to 2 o'clock. Go ahead.
But this work, as we know, continues to be important, and I just wanted to rise to invite members down to the podium for the lunch hour at 12:45. We'll be recognizing Emancipation Day and raising the Black Liberation flag. This is what this pin is, for colleagues wearing it as well. We hope you'll join us. There will be a brief reception afterwards with food. So please join us. It's important. There's allyship in all of us, and celebrating these milestone moments with community is very important. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Recess to 2. Meeting is now resumed. Members, please rise if you're able to join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Renata Ford. Thank you. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to provide some remarks on the occasion of our last regular council meeting of the term. Yes, yes.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of personal privilege. As we all know, this is the final meeting of this council term, and I want to take a moment to thank everyone whose hard work, day in and day out, and often into the night, has helped make Toronto a better place for everyone who lives here. What we do here is special. We write our laws live and in public. That's only possible because of our outstanding work of our clerks, technical and security staff, who runs our meetings, manages us and the votes, help with motions, and live stream it to all Torontonians can take part in our local democracy. And that's very precious. City staff from across divisions prepared tirelessly to answer our questions and provide expertise that informs the decision we make in this chamber. And yes, sometimes just from a press release, a press statement. Just want to thank all of your hard work. Perhaps the hardest job belonged to Speaker Nunciata, who keep us in line. Yes. She's been doing this for a while, and nobody can run a meeting quite like her. And God help you if you don't sit on your seat, don't turn on your camera, don't show up. She get us so that we can get all these matters through. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Now, this is also the last meeting of Councillor Perks, who is retiring after 2 decades of fighting for people and being the conscience of our council chamber, and for knowing all the procedures as well as the clerks. Better, maybe? No, not quite. His tenacity and principled voice will be missed. So is his institutional knowledge, as he demonstrated just a couple of hours ago. Toronto is better for having Gord here at City Hall. Mayor John Tory began this term in his chair. He served as mayor of Toronto for nearly a decade, including during those very difficult, challenging times of COVID-19 pandemic, when this council navigated the challenges of meeting remotely and responding to the health crisis facing our city. Those were difficult times, and we came out of it because of Mayor John Tory's leadership. Yes, round of applause. We'll make sure you see the tape. Jennifer McKelvey began this term as deputy mayor and stepped into the role of acting mayor. Gary, and did a fantastic job, right? Yes, very, very well done. Gary Crawford also began this term on council before moving on. We thank them for their service. Finally, we remember the late Councillor Jay Robinson, a dedicated public servant who cared deeply about her constituents. And not just her constituents, but all of us, the council members and residents of Toronto. Her decades of service with the city left an incredible mark on Toronto. We have a park named after her, and she will be dearly missed. And to everyone who has served this council, thank you so very, very much. We should all give each other a round of applause, shouldn't we? Thank you.
Chow, I think at this time you're going to introduce the Youth Climate Workforce Ambassadors.
You do it over there. Members of council, it is my pleasure to welcome the Youth Climate Workforce Ambassadors that are here today. Wow, the big team of them. Can you put up your hands if you're part of the ambassador? All right. Okay, one more round of applause. These outstanding young people from across the city have been hired this summer to build skills and learn all about Toronto's green sector. They are gaining hands-on experience in climate communications, outreach, public engagement, and community-based climate work happening across Toronto, helping to shape a strong future for all of us. And remember to sell our furnace replacement program and the many other programs, right? On behalf of the City of Toronto, we are proud of you and your work, and I want to thank you for your dedication, your leadership, and your commitment to making a difference in your community. You represent the energy, the creativity, the diversity that makes Toronto such a vibrant and hopeful city. And we are excited that you are on a journey to make sure we are a climate-friendly city. Please join all of us. Please give them one more round of applause and encourage them. Have a fabulous summer.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. At this point, I apologize, Councillor Perks, but did you want to say a few words on the mayor's comments?
Yeah, this is a little hard. Okay, I want to offer some thanks. First, I want to thank all my loved ones. I've been absent a lot, and even when I've been present, I've often been tired and distracted and maybe even a little grumpy, and you've always met that with kindness and support and love. Thank you so much. To the people of Ward 4, I want to offer my thanks. You silly geese, you elected me 5 times. It's been my privilege, the privilege of a lifetime really, to represent you. Within that group, I most especially want to thank all of the people who've been engaged in politics and activism. People who've worked on my campaign. Now I can finally reveal our secret campaign slogan. It's better to lose right than win wrong. To you and all the people who've been involved in civil society and fought for justice, I tell everyone, Parkdale High Park has been a laboratory for creative resistance. You've made doing this work worthwhile. Now, you lot. This job is unique. Nowhere else in Canada does a government of our size meet in public, meet without party discipline, and have to make decisions about the future of where we live like we do, with all television cameras and journalists and everything watching us. It's incredibly difficult to do. Today, for example, we've dealt with over 400 items. And the thing nobody notices is that the majority of those we get done on consent. Nobody objects. That doesn't happen by accident. That happens because we all talk to each other. We do, however, have debates and disagreements, and that's normal. That's us struggling to imagine the world we want. And none of us can have perfect knowledge about what that world should be. Each of you has taught me a lot about the world that I want. Thank you. I wanted to thank one member of council, in particular, Mayor Chow, Olivia. So I was trying to remember how long we've been friends, and I struggled with it. One date I'm sure of, in 1989, when my son, I think, was maybe 6 months old, I had a party for the environmental movement at my place, and you and Jack came. So let's call it 40 years. For 40 years, you have shown me what it is to live a life where you wake up every day determined to make it a better place for people who've been excluded. Thank you for that. To my team, who some of them actually dressed up, which is weird to me. In our office, we live according to Emma Goldman's rule. I don't want to be part of your revolution if I can't dance. Every day in my office, we face the incredible work of trying to represent Ward 4 with laughter, sometimes with song, always with joy and mutual respect. I will reveal to you that on several occasions I've had other members of council complain about the laughter coming from our office. I think they're jealous. And I won't mention Karen Duffy by name because she would kill me. So if you don't see me tomorrow, you know why. Before coming to work for me, Karen had worked for another member of council who's over there, Joe Mihevik. She had worked for a premier. She had worked for the mayor of Toronto. Karen is wisdom personified and has kept me on the straight and narrow, and I know helped many of your offices build out your team and do a good job. And while I'm on the subject of your offices, I want to acknowledge everyone in the mayor's office and all of the councillors' offices. You guys are literally the first line of defense. You are the people who talk to thousands of Torontonians every day who have an issue that they need worked out, and you do it with grace and good humor and with incredible diligence. And to my mind, you should absolutely have the right to bargain collectively. Final thanks to a group of people who absolutely blow my mind, the Toronto Public Service. I can think of no higher calling than a life and career dedicated to serving other people. It is astonishing to me that there are voices in our community who denigrate public servants. They have no idea. 24 hours a day, things that all of us depend on to live our lives safely and in comfort and with opportunity are delivered by the Toronto Public Service. And you have to do it in an environment where you don't have the right of reply. And all of us on council are very thankful for that. You have inspired me every day. You every day make Toronto a great place to live. I admire and honor your choice to be public servants. So those are the thank yous. I just have one quick little 3-word piece of advice. I talked a little bit about how hard it is to navigate all the complicated policies that we do, how hard it is to be a public servant, how hard it is to work on the second floor. And I wanted to give some parting advice for how to do those really difficult jobs. And I got it down to 3 words. Capitalism is trash.
Thank you. I believe you were over 5 minutes, Councillor Perks. Councillor Shan, you would like to make an announcement at this time?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have a number of community representatives here. I'll start with the representatives who are here from the Filipino community to witness a motion today that's going to call for us working together with the community for Filipino Community Cultural Community Center. We have Tom Tam from Philippine Independence Day Committee, PIDC. We have a very familiar face, Dr. Aileen Divella, who is former medical officer of health, 2017 to 2024. We talked about how well we navigated SARS epidemic. Sorry, not SARS, COVID. I went even further. COVID, and we couldn't have done that without her leadership and amazing work that she did. Michael Herrera from George Brown College, Marianne San Juan from Filipino Center of Toronto, number of Filipino Students Association chapters from across Toronto, Kabwa Cultural Initiative, Kain Tayo, Toronto.ca Institute, Filipino Canadian Civic Action Network, Kamalayan Consciousness, Kapisanan, Pinoy Fiesta Organizing Committee, Philippine Teachers Association of Canada, Power Forward, Rice Stripe, and Kabayan Multicultural Center. Many representatives are here joining us, and I was fortunate to move the Filipino Heritage Month motion many years back, I think in 2017, and I'm glad I'm able to be part of the next chapter after also supporting the Filipino Youth Fellowship now, working towards a community space with the Filipino community. So thank you very much for being here. And we are definitely looking forward to having that space come to reality, a dream come to reality. Now I'm moving on to representatives from the Caribbean community here for the Caribbean Heritage Month motion that is coming up. We have Chris Alexander, a very familiar face for all of us from the Toronto Caribbean Carnival. Very busy time. In a few days, he's going to be organizing one of the most, if not the most, popular event in Canada. So thank you for being here and being supportive of this. We also have Ryan Singh, who is coordinating all of the efforts for Caribbean Heritage Month as well. And we are represented by representatives from, as I mentioned, Toronto Caribbean Carnival, Indo-Caribbean Canadian Association, Canada Guyana Chamber of Commerce, Green Dupatta Charitable Organization, Caribbean Canadian Association, Waterloo, Guyanese Students Association at York University, CariFest, Taste of Caribbean Food Festival, BIM on Boulevard Festival, and Lux Carnival representatives here. And we are looking forward to having the biggest city in Canada proclaim through a motion Caribbean Heritage Month that will strengthen the Senator Paulette Sr.'s bill that is at Parliament Hill to move forward, and looking forward to celebrating together. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. I have reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. We will put the motions up on the screen. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Just waiting for it to be put on the screen. I have a motion about protecting Toronto's live music venues. It's urgent to enable staff to report back on the timelines.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Bravo. Councillor Bravo? She's not here. Mayor Chow, you seconded Councillor Bravo's motion. Can you introduce it, please?
Sure.
Because Councillor Bravo's not here.
The Advancing Alternate Section 37 Agreement Contributions at Bloor and Dufferin is urgent because it's last council.
Okay, on favor, carried. There's another one as well.
I will
do that too?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Cherneslin is the seconder on that one. Councillor Cherneslin, if you can introduce it.
Oh, yes. This is a request for the city solicitor to attend at T-Lab, so it is urgent. It's time sensitive. Thank you.
Thank you. On favor? Carried. Councillor Thompson?
Just waiting for it to come up on the screen. All right, thank you. This is to permit our staff to proceed with respect to ensuring that plazas across the city have receptacles, waste receptacles in their plazas as it relates to quick food restaurants across the city. Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher, you have two.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. There we go. This is a commercial loading zone on the Danforth.
Okay, on favor? Carried.
And this is for, a mural on the new Ontario Line Bridge on Queen East.
On favor? Carried. Pardon? Okay. I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open up the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Please, please, please. Councillor Bradford?
Did you call my name?
Okay. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. With an amendment, I can release 33.7.
Okay, just a sec.
I'm sorry, I'll read the address. My apologies. EY 33.7, 4686, and 4690 Dundas Street West and 56 Nottingham Drive. You will see motions on the CMP which have been advanced circulated. One is amending and one is adding.
Okay.
I'll repeat the number, EY 33.7.
4886 and 4690 Dundas. So we'll put your amendment on the screen.
Sure, take your time, scroll it slowly, but thank you.
Okay, there it is. The amendment by Councillor Holiday. On favor, opposed if any, carried. I think you have two, right? You have two. So we'll put the other one on the screen.
The name. Here? Oh, you're A Bravo versus
There
B
it
Bravo.
is. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Are there any further quick releases? Please try to release them. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is the only one left that I am holding. It's NY 34.12. I'd like to release it. It was brought here without recommendations. I'd like to adopt the staff recommendations and on a recorded vote.
Okay, on NY 3412, Councillor Carroll is moving the staff recommendation. Recorded vote. Pardon?
I have questions for staff on Wilkett Road. So I'd like to hold, I'd like to continue, yeah, I'd like to hold it. Thank you.
Well, Councillor Carroll was holding it.
Not Wilkett, I don't.
You'll continue.
Isn't it, it showed Wilkett on this.
Oh, so you're
I
on
was
the
looking
wrong
at the
one?
wrong screen. Sorry.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
Councillor Myers, please, and Councillor Sachs. The motion carries. The vote is 25-1.
Members, we will now, oh, okay. I guess you put your name up after. I didn't see your name. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to release TE 34.106, Metrolinx Ontario Line, long-term temporary road closures, temporary delegation of authority, and update on Liberty New Street, wards 10 and 14, and especially thank all of the Toronto Transit Expansion Office. I saw Mr. Toigo here earlier. I don't know if he's still here. And his great team, Anthony Irving, Michael Palucci, Navi Trathgar, Terry Francoeur, also our former Deputy City Manager, Will Johnson. We could not have kept this construction as safe as it was and everything that had to be done for this 5 kilometers of the Ontario line, and also my staff for just working nonstop, and the community that has been very vigilant and careful, along with our MPP, Peter Tabbins, and Trustee Sarah Earhart. A whole school had to be moved in order to be successful here. Yes, and now, sorry, Councillor, could you be a little more respectful? I'm releasing it. Well, that's fine. Everybody's had quite a bit of time. Thank you. I think they deserve a thank you, or I can hold it and speak for a long time and ask questions. Your choice.
Councillor Fletcher, can you just... Councillor Carroll.
I just want to clarify, because
I'll just continue
I feel
to
a
hold
point
it.
of personal privilege coming
Fine.
from my colleague. I was just pointing out that other members of council have been admonished and discouraged during quick releases for speaking. Fairness is my only operative modus operandi.
Fine. I'll just hold that. It's fine. Not releasing it.
Councillor Cheng.
This item is...
Councillor Cheng.
So, sorry, that's very noisy. CC 43.15, Renew Shepherd. I'm happy to release it. Councillor Carroll was holding it because I was asking for it to be held, but I'm happy to release it now. CC 43.15, Renew Shepherd. Yeah.
So okay, so Councillor, so you're going to release it then? Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's on CC 4315, Renew Shepherd East Secondary Plan. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Any more, Councillor Cheng? No? Okay. All right. Members, we will... Go ahead. Okay. Members, we will now do the member motion run through the city clerk as advised at the financial impact summary sheet for member motions MM 43-1 to MM 4396 from the chief financial officer and treasurer has been posted with the agenda item RM 43.7 review of the order paper.
Sign that for Oswald.
Okay. Okay, MM 43.1. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the executive committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 43.2. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject. Oh, Councillor Burnside, I'm sorry I forgot to, Councillor Burnside, I forgot to acknowledge you. Okay. Okay, let's just put a hold. Let's do 43-2 first. Notice that motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? On the item, all in favor, carried. Councillor Burnside, I do apologize because I know you wanted to say a few words.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. This is probably my first time of actually speaking about another member. And so I don't know if you're lucky or not, Gord.
Oh, shit.
But being on the other end, where are you going? Get back here. Being on the other end of the political spectrum, I thought my perspective might be a little bit interesting. You know, I first came to know Gord in 2006 when he was first elected. And it wasn't personally. I was reading the Toronto Sun, my favorite newspaper. And I had just finished reading Sue Ann Levy. So I was already pre-angered. Flipped the page, and there's a picture of Gord Perks. Read the article on him. I was outraged. I couldn't believe that anyone would elect this guy.
Fair point.
Right? Well, perspective is everything, right? And a few years, you know, next 3-4 years, his picture would periodically pop up in the Toronto Sun. And after about the third time, I just refused. Once I saw his picture, to even look at the article. I just went on by. And, you know, time went on. I got elected in 2014. And anyone, well, all of us, it's a very exciting time. You come down to City Hall, you connect with the clerks, and you come into this big building, you finally won. All your efforts have meant something. And the clerk, you know, they introduce you to a few people, they bring you upstairs, and they show you your office. Oh, God, I'm beside Gord Perks. The next 4 years, in terms of being beside Gord, were fairly uneventful. You know, it was cordial. He tried to help teach me a few things about procedure. Loved his staff, especially Clive. Is Clive still here?
Clive was here.
Yeah, I love Clive. Really great guy. I did learn that Gord actually drove a Zamboni at North Toronto Community Centre, which confused me even more. Like, how could a guy working in North Toronto be such a radical? So, anyway, council was a little bit different because I was on Team Tory, and Gord obviously was not, and I found you insufferable because he was, you know, he was intelligent, and he had some wit, and he actually outsmarted us. So that was 2014 to 2018, and then I lost the election. Vince, where are you? You know the feeling, and. Sorry, dude. And then COVID hit, and I actually got hired by the Toronto Public Service, and it was a wonderful experience. Except I was in charge of the encampment office, so we had numerous WebEx meetings, and who was on the other end of those WebEx meetings? Gord Perks. Did absolutely nothing to build rapport, and so got through that. And then 2022 hit, and I got reelected. And what a wonderful feeling to come back to the place you felt you belonged. But the first thing I did is I called up clerks. I said, "Where the hell is my office?" And they said, "Well, it's beside Councillor Thompson." And that was wonderful. And they came. Bit of a relief. And so they brought me to my office, fixed me up, and I said, "Well, I know my place, my way around the place, so I'm going to come up to the chamber." And it was like the first day of school. You know when you get assigned your class and you're looking where your desk is, and then your heart's pitter-patter, and I look and I see there's my name, and like there's my nameplate. I was so excited. And I look over, I go, "Oh God, it's Gord Perks again." And I thought, this is just horrible. But the reality is, it was the best thing that happened to me. Here's the thing. And this is very serious. I came to understand Gord. And I understood, well, as much as anyone can, I get it. But I understood how much he cared about people. And everything he did was about helping others. And I really feel that Gord cares more about others than he does himself. Yeah. And for many of us in politics, there's ego, there's sport. But for Gord, winning is actually about the opportunity to help others. And so, you know, being on the other end of the political spectrum, it really gave me a lot of perspective. But what I'm most thankful for is how much I trust Gord. You know, I'm one of those guys that likes to flirt around and bother people and keep myself occupied, and then there's a vote and I come running back and I go, Gord, how should I vote? Loaded question, right? And he goes, well, you should vote for it. So that was a key that I would vote no.
Okay, Councillor.
No, I got more time. And then,
Councillor Burns.
and then, or he could say, you're safe, or it's okay. And I knew to vote. I knew to vote yes.
Okay.
But the last point I want to make is, as we got to know each other, we shared personal information. Gord's told me stuff about himself, and I've told you stuff about myself that outside of my family, you're only one of 3 people that know. And that's the trust I have in Gord. And what I will miss his wit, I will miss his wisdom, but most of all, I will miss your friendship.
Okay. We'll go back to the members' motion, MM 43-3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Pardon? MM 43.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Recorded vote?
Councillor Perruzza, please. And Councillor Fletcher, please. The item is adopted unanimously, 24 in favor.
43.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 43.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item. Pardon? Who said hold? Councillor Sachs is holding number 7. MM 43.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Pardon? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor Pasternak, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 24 in favor.
Amendment 43-9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. Amendment 43-10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. Amendment 43-11. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. Amendment 43-12. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. Recorded vote?
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The motion is adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
MM 43-13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 43-14. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 43-15. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 43-16. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? I'm going for waiver.
Councillor Chernislin, please. Councillor Crisanti.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 13 to 9. The vote does not achieve the required 2/3 threshold.
Okay. MM 4317. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4318. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4319. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4320. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4321. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4322. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Oh yeah, we have to have a recorded vote because Councillor Cole has a conflict on this one. On favor of referral? Carried. So on the item, we'll have a recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The motion is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor. The screen will show 21 votes, but Speaker Nunziata registered her vote before we close the vote, so it's 22 in favor, unanimous.
MM 4323. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4324. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4325. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4326. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. You want to hold the item? You want to speak to it? Okay. Huh? MM 4327. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4328. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4329. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopen of item 2026 MM 4249. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4330. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4331. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4332. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving? Recorded vote on waiving referral?
Councillor Cheng, please, and Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please. The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 9 to 15.
MM 4333. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4334. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4335. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4336. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4337. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4338. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4339. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4340. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4341. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive no referral. A revised motion was submitted on this item. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4342. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4343. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2026T 3138. And if reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4344. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Moyes, like, you have to pay attention. We're not going to go back to items like we have to reopen. We have motion to reopen the item. All in favor? Carried. And we'll keep it at the end. You need to give these motions to the clerk before we get to it, Councillor Moyes, not during the member's motion. MM 4345. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2026 EX 31.8. A two-thirds vote is required to open the item. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4346. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4347. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor. Councillor Myers, you want to hold it? MM 4348. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4349. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4350. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is, a two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Record a vote for the referral. Okay.
Councillor Cherneslin and Councillor Campbell, please.
And Councillor Perruzza, please. The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 7 to 18.
Amendment 4351. Are we not at 51? Oh, there we go. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4352. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4353. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4354. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4355. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4356. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4357. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4358. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral, carried. On the item, on favor. Councillor Myers wants to hold it. MM 4359. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4360. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4361. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral, carried. On the item, on favor, Carried. MM 4362. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4363. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4364. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4365. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral, and this motion has been revised. On favor? Moving referral. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4366. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4367. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4368. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4369. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? You want to hold it? On MM 4369, Councillor Carroll's holding. MM 4370. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4371. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4372. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4373. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Okay, but can we move referral first, please? On favor of waiving referral, and you want to hold the item down?
Could I have 30 seconds just to think, or I'll just do it later? Yeah, I'm good. Hey, no screaming or anything. I'm just asking. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. All good. Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Matlow is holding. MM 4374. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried on the item on, pardon? You have to hold it down. Like, some of these amendments could have been done before we went to the members' motions. Well, they could have revised the motion, like I did. MM 4375. So Councillor Chang is holding that one down, 74. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Well, first we have to waive referral. All in favor? Carried, and you want to hold it. Councillor Candeville is holding it. MM 4376. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4377. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carry. Pardon? On the item, on favor, carried. Can I ask everybody, there's a lot of destruction. Distraction. Please, the clerk is trying to go through the agenda. We're trying to go through the agenda. Councillor Pasternak, while we're going through these members' motion, can you just please take your seat? And Councillor Fletcher, take your seat. Mayor Chow, take your seat. Please. No, Councillor Pasternak, please take your seat. No, but what, the staff are trying to go through the motions. MM 4378. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4379. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4380. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4381. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4382. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4383. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4384, notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto East York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4385. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4386. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4387. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to Toronto and East York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4388. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2025T 27.6 only as it pertains to Part 2. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force. All in favor of reopening the item? Carried. All in favor of the item? Carried. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4389. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. Number 90, we dealt with MM 4391. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2026 MM 4260. Two-thirds vote is required to waive to reopen the item, and previous council remains in force. Otherwise, this motion being urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4392. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4393. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4394. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? carried. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 4395. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. I only have two people voting. MM 4396. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4397. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4398. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda, is before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 4399. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. Motion is before us for debate. All in favor of the item, carried. MM 43100. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. It's before us for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. 43101. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 43102. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion is subject to reopen of item MM 4223. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen the item. All in favor of reopening? Carried. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 43103. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 43104. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 43105. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 43106. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda. All in favor of the item? Carried. No, you have to hold. You have to hold. You have to hold. Yeah, we took a vote. All in favor of reopening, we'll put it in Councillor Chernislin's name. It's MM 43106. Yeah. I can't, I'll have to sort this out after. MM 43107. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 43-108. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 43-109. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2026T 28.4, only as it pertains to submission of bills. All in favor of reopening the item? Carried. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 43-110. Note this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 43-111. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 43-112. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 43-113. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 43-114. Note this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 43. Can you put it in Councillor Meyer's name? MM 114, Councillor Myers is holding. MM 43-115. I haven't introduced it yet. Oh, it's already been, so you want to hold it? Okay. Yeah, I forgot to. Huh? Okay, so Councillor Perks is holding MM 43-115. Okay. MM 43-116. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 43-17. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 43-118. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 43-119. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 43-120. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. Okay, so I have a rest now. We've gone through 120. Jeez.
Last meeting of last term, there was only 113 members motions, so you have outdone yourself this time with 120. We're not finished.
I had one I held earlier on, number 69. I can release that. I just needed to finish reading it. Just let her do it. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
On MM 4369, you want to release? Okay, so Councillor Carroll is releasing MM 4369. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Moyes?
Madam Speaker, can we go back to MM 4340?
For what?
Well,
Oh, that was the revision.
yeah, you said, well, you said that you reopened it, but you didn't, yes, please move the motion. MM 43.40. And the amendment,
Well, hold
sorry.
on, it was held down. Yeah, it's held down, so when we get to it, we'll do it. No, at the end of the agenda.
That's not what you said.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's enough motions that were held, members' motions that were held, so we go through them accordingly. Okay, members, what we'll do now. Yeah, just one sec, please. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to do quick releases. And whatever amendments that had to be made, quick releases, and any amendments that had to be made with any of these motions. Yeah. Councillor Sachs?
Yes, I can release TE 34.72, authorization to study the Yorkville Village Core as a potential heritage conservation district.
Okay, so you're releasing T 3472?
Yes.
On favor, carried. Thank you.
And one more.
Okay.
I'm going to release the member's motion because I can speak to it on something else. MM 43.7, authorization to release Section 37 funds to Toronto Chinatown Land Trust.
So you're just releasing it?
I'm just going to release it. I'm going to speak to it, Chinatown item. On
Okay,
something
so
else.
MM 43.7, Councillor Sachs is releasing. Okay, yeah, on favor, carried. Okay, can I have some quiet here, please? Councillor Pasternak, you were up. Councillor Pasternak?
Madam Speaker, I have to reopen a member's motion 4338 because the wording has to be changed. So if we can do two votes to reopen, waive referral, and then I'll hold it.
So you want to reopen members' motion 4338?
Yes, please.
Okay, on favor of opening members' motion 4338? On favor, carried. And then you have an amendment?
We'll hold it for the correct wording.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right. Yeah, Councillor Moyes?
Okay, Madam Speaker, MM 43.40. The clerk has an amendment.
Okay, just a sec so they get it. Okay, it's on the screen.
There we go.
Okay, so Councillor Moyes on members' motion MM 4340 Is this amendment on favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Chernis Lynn.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two items. The first is with respect to MM 106. I have a hold on that. I want to just do a motion to replace the Rex with an updated version.
Does the staff have it?
I believe they do.
Do you have it? Okay, so if we can put it on the screen then? Yes, we have to reopen it. No, it's been held. Okay, the item was held. So let's just put the motion. There it is on the screen by Councillor Chernis Lynn on MM 43-106. On favor, the amendment carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the second one is MM 43.42. I need to reopen that to add a motion to it.
MM 4342?
Correct.
Okay, so Councillor Chernis Lynn wants to reopen members' motion MM 4342. On favor, carried. Does the staff have the amendment?
I believe they do.
Okay, let me just see first. You have it?
Yep, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so there's the amendment. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
Thank you.
Any further quick releases? Any further quick? Okay, so let's go to our next timed item. Oh, Councillor Morley. Yes?
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I do have an item I would like to try to go ahead. It's a confidential motion that I have. Sorry, I will pull up the title right now. Apologies. It's CC 43.21, 2915, 2917, 2939, 2941, and 2943 Bloor Street West zoning bylaw amendment application request for direction.
Yes.
Staff have my motion, and it has been advance circulated, colleagues. It is confidential, or a portion of it is confidential, but I will read out the public portion here, which is to delete the recommendations in the report and to adopt instead the following. I'll consider that read and appreciate support from my colleagues on this.
Okay, on CC 4321, Councillor Morley has the amendment motion on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you.
The Lakeshore Boulevard,
Yes.
Not yet, sorry, it's not ready. Thank you.
It's not ready?
No.
Okay, the next timed item is pardon? Councillor Thompson, I believe it's your item. DM 43.1, the Ombudsman Toronto report on the refunds for TTC tickets. So we'll get staff there, and anybody has questions, please put the name on the list. And Councillor Fletcher, can you come? And I just need a little break. Yes. So does anybody have any questions on DM 43.1? Councillor Thompson, you have questions? Okay, can you just put, okay. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Councillor Thompson? Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Mr. Ombudsman, through you, your report concludes that the TTC lacked transparent decision-making clear accountability for fair policy decision, proper record keeping. This created risk to the public, fairness, accountability. TTC did not consider equity impacts or consult public. Systematic issues extended beyond this single decision. Who made the refund decision? Searched by the Ombudsman. No consensus among witnesses. Views were split. Uncertainty. Board members assumed decisions were already made. Another board member surprised that no recommendations came forward. Staff could not locate any refund records, decision records. TTC could not produce records of refund, did not record when decisions were made. Is that your finding? Part of your findings?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, Councillor, I think you've summarized a good deal of our findings.
Right. Now, how long did you take with respect to your investigation?
So, through the Speaker, we started this investigation in August of 2025, and we concluded the investigation early in 2026.
So, who did you find that made the decision not to provide refund or exchange for the discontinued fares?
Through the Speaker, that really is the question that remained unanswered. We weren't able to determine whether that decision was made by TTC management or whether the decision was made by TTC board members.
So, how can the TTC implement a decision affecting a very large sum of money, significantly large sum, in this case, $24 million in ridership fares, media, it was sort of held or without documentation? Did you find that to be at odds with respect to an agency that one would assume would have these types of details?
Through the Speaker, Councillor, we would have felt that a decision of this magnitude that had the ability to impact a large majority of the riders would have a decision-making process in place. They would have done the necessary research and conducted analysis to see how this decision would impact riders, particularly vulnerable riders and equity-deserving groups. There was a lack of accountability, as you mentioned. Nobody took ownership for the decision, and there were no records kept to support the decision-making process. So, all in all, it was surprising that there wasn't a more robust process that the TTC followed.
So, you conducted this research over a number of years, and it goes back to, was it 2019?
Through you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, in 2019, the TTC issued a communication about the discontinuation of tokens and tickets. At that time, with that communication, they did mention that there would be no, they would not issue refunds or exchanges, but 5 years lapsed between 2019 and October 2024, when again, the TTC made the announcement that discontinued fares would occur at the end of the calendar year in 2024. So the TTC could have done a better job communicating that this decision was going to happen and make sure that it was more frequent in its communication. I think that was one of the things that was lacking in this process.
Did you find it problematic with respect to your conversation with senior staff and board members that nobody could find that sort of decision train as part of the process to give you answers to this important investigation?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's really what started this whole investigation. We had received complaints from members of the public that were concerned that they were negatively impacted by the decision not to allow refunds or...
That's good. I have one question for Mr. Cole.
Not to allow refunds or exchanges.
Okay.
And that's what prompted us to start this investigation.
Thank you. Through you,
yes, please,
Deputy
go
Speaker,
ahead.
for Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, you heard the magnitude of the numbers, 24 million. I understand that there had been no complaint to the TTC. Can you help us to understand with respect to ticket sales, bulk ticket sales, and so on, and what would be sort of the logical process if a refund was given? How would that take place, given the fact we've got city agencies buying bulks of tickets and so on and giving them out to the public? Would that affect the process?
Through you, Madam Speaker, as we did consider this and the possibility of refund over the course of many years and many meetings, one of the things we had to consider was how would a refund actually work? And so we did look through the logistics of that. It would have to be probably quite a labor-intensive one where people would come with their tokens. We have, because of the network of token sales across the city, basically every variety store was selling tokens. Every social agency was giving out tokens. It would be difficult to actually have a bill of receipt for those people. So it would be a process where people would come in, we would test for authenticity. We'd then at that point either mail them a check, add to a Presto card. And so one of the things we communicated internally to our exec and to board members was the difficulty in actually processing the refund. That was one of the things that was considered in the debates about refunds.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That was your last question. Are there any other questions for the Ombudsman or the TTC? If not, we'll move to speakers. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Thompson?
Yes, Speaker.
1 second, please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, I can't clear that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to first of all thank the Ombudsman for his outstanding work on this particular issue. I also want to thank Mr. Cole for spending some time with me and answering many questions that I have with this report. I actually think all of us should actually have a problem with this report, quite frankly. I realize I'm the only person who's asked questions on this. I hope I'm not the only one that's really interested. I know I'm not, quite frankly. I don't really know where to start with respect to this process. There is so many things that have actually gone wrong here with one of our storied organizations of the TTC. Now, I guess in my conversation with, particularly with Mr. Cole, and I will say, I'm so glad that he's actually at the TTC because having been a member here, this chamber, he understands the dynamics and the process of asking questions, the curiosity and so on. But I draw attention to the Ombudsman's report. We've tasked him with the responsibility of actually finding out what went wrong. And what we've heard from him here today is he's still trying to find answers to that, quite frankly, although he and his team have dug deeply and have gone through an extensive investigation and so on. And it seems that something is fundamentally wrong about this particular process. It appears that as part of the decision making, no one at the TTC seems to know who made the decision not to allow for refund for the discontinued ticket sales and tokens. It makes no sense. This is 2026, so in the case it was 2020, 2019, 2020, 21, whatever the particular period of time is, for this storied organization to not actually have had a structure in place to create greater clarity and understanding. And irrespective of the fact that many tickets may have been sold to different organizations who have then distributed them to others who are part of their programs, so as to complicate the refund, we should have had a better process, a better sense of understanding with respect to how we deal with these types of situations. I don't think it's the very first time the TTC has provided any refund, but the magnitude of this, it should all surprise us, quite frankly. When you read the report, and I have the report marked up in so many different ways, quite frankly, every time I turn a page, there was another question that comes to mind. In as much as I only have 5 minutes to ask the Ombudsman question or ask Mr. Cole question, there's so many more questions that is left to be unanswered, because of the extent of this report. We all know that Prester was coming. We all know a series of things was taking place. But exactly what process was established by the TTC in order to ensure that when this particular decision came about, that there was a process to actually deal fairly and equitably with this. I don't actually see that. Now, who do we blame for that? I can only say it's the TTC. I mean, it's their responsibility to have a better system in place. I don't see it. I would also challenge the board members. And it's interesting, I say challenge the board members. I don't necessarily mean the current board members, because there's a whole series of board members that this has gone through. I think many of the board members today, for example, have nothing to do with this because it goes back. But I do think, as a storied organization as the TTC is, we should have had better accountability, better processes in place, better understanding. I mean, computers have been around forever. And so we should have at least have some technical understanding and know-how in terms of how to facilitate this. I'm really disappointed with respect to this particular process. I'm really disappointed that in this day and age that we should see an ombudsman report where the ombudsman, who has the authority, the ability to investigate, can't find answers to a problem to help us to understand what actually went wrong. I think we should all have questions. We should all be concerned. And the problem is, I don't know that it won't happen again. And that is of real concerns to me, Madam Speaker. And I will just simply say, I've actually never seen a situation where one of our accountability officers have not been able to help us with respect to understanding a magnitude of a matter of this nature because of the way records have been kept by the TTC. What a failure to our system. What a failure.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to say that as a newer board member, the TTC appointed in November of 2024, at TTC, we did have a conversation about this. We considered the report seriously, and the TTC board accepted the recommendations made by the Ombudsman. Figuring out how to ensure that systems are in place starts clearly with understanding what happened. And then from there, the commitment of the board and the commitment of the corporation of the TTC to do better, to accept the recommendations and implement them is where we are. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that the board did consider this, did deeply look into what the Ombudsman's findings were, adopted the recommendations, and now the public service or the TTC staff have the directive to make sure that systems are in place to prevent any other such occurrence.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise also to echo my colleague, Councillor Bravo, to thank the Ombudsman for the report. It was thorough, it was fair, and it painted an accurate picture of some of the problems that we're trying to deal with at the TTC. We took this report at the board very seriously. We've adopted the recommendations unanimously. And as we move forward, we understand that this is a journey. There's a lot of work that has been done so far to improve governance at the TTC board. And this has been a collaborative effort between all of the board members that I've been proud to lead, but we understand there's more to do, especially as we introduce newer types of pricing mechanisms, different types of fare structures. We understand and we know that we need to modernize the governance apparatus that oversees this type of decision making. And we always want to make sure, importantly, that any decisions we do are grounded in equity and making sure that a proper equity analysis and equity lens is applied so that we understand the full ramifications of whatever decisions we make at the TTC board. Again, I'd like to thank the Ombudsman for their work, and I'd like to thank all the board members for being committed, and the staff, of course, who have been on this journey as well with us, and of course the advocates who brought this to our attention and forced us to address this issue properly. Thank you.
Thank you. We need to have a quorum call. We don't have quorum.
Members, the voting panel is open. If you would indicate your presence in the chamber, please. Speaker, there are 19 members present in the chamber. Quorum is present.
Okay, thank you. So on the item, on favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher, the next timed item is your item, which is EC 30.8, improving the usability of Old City Hall as a filming location. Do we have questions to staff?
No.
No, well, nobody? Okay, does anybody have questions to staff? Anybody before we ask the staff to come forward? No? Okay, sorry, we don't have any questions. Okay. To speak, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, I just have a motion I'd like to place. I'm moving a motion to start.
Hold on. Is it not ready? It's not ready.
That's fine. Hold it. Thanks.
Okay, the other, okay. Councillor Morley, your item is next. Lakeshore. Councillor Morley? Next item, Councillor Pasternak, you're next. Yeah, we're going through the agenda now, so we're at North York, NY 34.8. We're at 34.8, Councillor Pasternak. 1 and 11 Vincy Crescent. Do you have questions?
No, I don't have questions. I'll speak and I'll move my motions.
Okay, does the staff? EY 33.7. That's the next item on the agenda. EY 33.7, because Councillor Morley wasn't in here, so we're going to get to.
Oh.
Pardon? So, yeah, sorry, did I say the wrong number? Oh, NY 34.8, that's what we're at. Do we have his motion? Okay, Councillor Pasternak, do you want to put your name up there? Okay, Councillor Pasternak.
It is, yeah. No, I'll be brief on this. This was a most frustrating development application. I think people around here know that I support reasonable development. So what this was a developer who bought a block of 6 houses within a neighborhood street and submitted a proposal for a 14-story mid-rise. And there were really no community benefits to see. We wanted them to talk to an owner at 15 Vincy about buying the house. I spoke to the owner a few days ago. They said the offers The developer was not interested or not sincere and made no extra efforts. At 1 Vinci is connected with an existing Faywood Park, which we just opened. And if we were brought into the conversation earlier by this property owner, we would have been able to use that as our Section 42 and connect that with the new Faywood Park that opened up. We see no opportunity for affordable here. It sets a very dangerous precedent within our neighborhoods, even though it isn't a transportation node, just barely. And if this goes on throughout the city, you're going to see 5, 6 houses bought up, and you're going to see multi-story residential buildings built within stable neighborhoods. So I do have 2 motions, which we could put on the screen.
So, Councillor Pasternak, is that it?
Yes, it was revised. It's a little verbose. So what we're going to do is we're going to continue to work on the parkland dedication. We're going to be continuing to work with the property owner. And I'd like a separate vote. I'd like a vote on the motions, and then the item is amended. And I'm urging councillors, unless you want mid-rises in your neighborhoods, to vote against this proposal. You can support the amendments in case it carries, so that at least we have a commitment. We can build a park within this development application. But I urge you to defeat this motion or this application, because you're going to be finding mid-rises within your neighborhood streets if they are near a transit zone. And as we build out transits, you're going to get more and more of those. And if you're within the 500 meters, you're going to see 14, 15-story buildings within your neighborhood. So we'll do 2 votes, Madam Speaker, both recorded, one on the motions, and then the item is amended.
Okay. Yes?
I believe there were some technical changes by staff that are not included in what's before us. We have to hold the item down.
Okay. Okay, so we'll hold the item down, and so we'll go back to Councillor Morley's EY 33.3. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just on this item, it has been the accumulation of many years of very hard work by city staff, as well as input from my local community. I have a motion, if staff could help me put that on the screen, to essentially refer this item back to our Executive Director of Development Review and request a number of specific additional lenses on this work. It sets the future of how our lakeshore will grow, and there continue to be some outstanding concerns with residents around built form and phasing and what to expect. So we've given some additional direction to staff, and we'll be referring it back to them. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's my motion.
So this was in Etobicoke, so that got passed at Etobicoke, right? So now
Correct. So that final report was here for approval, and we're just referring it back to staff with a request to report back to us in 27.
Okay, so let's put the motion on the screen for Councillor Morley. Motion's on the screen. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. That's it. Councillor Pasternak, are you ready for the next one?
The next one we can go to is NY 35.
Okay. Councillor Cherneslin, can you go to your seat where your item? Councillor, NY 3413. It's here without a recommendation. Eglinton Avenue East. Councillor, it's here without a recommendation.
Thank you. I wanted to defer this one.
To where?
To the next meeting.
Next council meeting? That's next year.
Yeah, recorded. No.
Yeah. That's next year.
Don't help me.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Cherneslin, please. The motion to defer the item does not carry. The vote is 7-13.
Yeah, because you can't wait a year to go. Okay, Councillor Carroll's moving the staff recommendation. Yeah, let's put it on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Thompson, please. Motion 2 carries. The vote is 20-2. Members, just for clarification, on motion 2 by Councillor Carroll, the vote was 19-3. Those voting not in favor were Burnside, Chernislin, and Pasternak.
Okay. Councillor Pasternak, we'll go back to your item. Apparently your motion has been updated. That's NY 34.8.
Okay.
We'll put it on the screen.
So, yeah, 2 votes, please. The amendments separate and the item is amended.
I'd like a minute to read it, please.
Yeah, we're going to put the motion back up on the screen.
I hope it's the right version.
Okay, are there any other speakers on the item before we take the vote? Is that it for the speakers? Well, that's the problem. I have one.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
What? I guess
Just to reiterate, okay, you've got it right.
No, I just want to make sure that there's no other speakers on this item, on NY 34.8.
I don't think they'll be lining up for this one.
Here, let me just say a couple words.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, and
just
I
that
do
I don't
appreciate the chance to have read through the motion in some detail. While it's not ideal and it's not exactly how I would do things, I think it's better than the alternatives that are available to us and does not put council in peril. So I will be voting for it.
Motion by Councillor Pasternak. You want a recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Burnside, please.
The motion carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay. So on the item as amended, you want recorded? Yeah. Yeah, he's asked for a recorded vote. But
Councillor Chernislin, Councillor Carroll, and
as a
Councillor
quick
Thompson,
release?
please.
Councillor Cheng, please.
We'll do it as a quick release. Yeah.
The item is amended is adopted. The vote is 18-4.
Okay. So the next item is NY 34.9, 1377 Shepherd. Councillor Pasternak. You held the item down?
I did.
Nobody remembers what they've held down.
No. Believe me, I remember this one.
Okay.
So I don't have questions for staff.
Does anybody have any questions to staff? So Councillor Pasternak, you want to speak?
Yeah, I'll just speak on it, and I have some motions if we can put them on the screen.
Okay, let me check with staff if they have the motions. Yeah, there they are, Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Speaker. As you can see from the motions, there's still a lot of work to do on this file. And this is probably the third main district that we've dealt with on the Downsview lands. As you may recall, Bombardier sold 370 acres to Northcrest, the real estate arm of the Federal Employees Pension Fund. And of course, Canada Lands has another 150 acres. And actually, the City of Toronto in Allen East has about 53 acres. So this became complicated on two main sticking points. The good news is there's daycares, there's schools, there's other community assets, there's a network of parks. This will be, when it's ever built out, a livable, wonderful community, as long as all the commitments within this document are adhered to. Communities are built by families. The daycares are wonderful assets. Of course, everybody loves their local parks. There'll be a beautiful network of parks and, of course, other community assets. One of the sticking points is you may know the Downsview Market, a merchants market up on the Downsview lands. It's a major sort of farmers market. It's open all weekend long. The guess is it attracts about 5,000 people every weekend. Under this plan, the building is to be split with about a third to the north and about 2/3 to the south with a roadway going through it. And we've talked endlessly about finding a different way to deal with this building, which is a massive facility, and see if the road can go another way. Well, the conversation isn't over. It looks like many, including the property owner, which is Canada Lands, is leaning towards splitting the building and having the road go through it. But we are going to continue to look at that because we're looking at something that's going to happen about 10 years from now. And as we all know, worlds change 10 years from now. Another sticking point was there's a railway crossing in the Downsview lands that's at grade. And many in the community felt that that should be a multimodal crossing. In other words, vehicles should be going either under or over. We have been quite clear to them that this crossing is controlled by the provincial government, by Metrolinx, and it's federally regulated. So we've offered our recommendations within the report that they explore other opportunities for the crossing of this railway, and but the community and planning staff have to go to Metrolinx and the federal government in order to make any changes to it. The best opportunity for making that change is when they double track the Barrie to Union Station line. As that project is going forward, I have made recommendations that they put within the capital budget the need to change this level crossing, which many, as I said, in the community feel is at risk. I just want to assure the community there's lots of work to do on this. Embedded in these motions is a series of name suggestions that came from the community for various landmarks, whether they be streets or parks. There is the establishment of a working group to get regular feedback on how as this plan goes forward. The problem is I'm on so many working groups that I can't get any work done. So I think this is part of the New Deal for Downsview. I think it's a reasonable, strong proposal that creates a thriving community. It's not perfect, and it has some work to do, But at this stage, we can adopt what's before us. We can continue to watch it very closely, advocate for the containment of the depot and make sure that building is not split, and of course fix the railway crossing so that it's safe for everybody. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. On the motion, on the amendment, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. The next item is NY 3416, Councillor Chang, 765 Steeles Avenue West. Do we have questions to staff?
No, I just have a.
Okay, hold
motion.
on.
Yeah.
Anybody have any questions to staff? Her motion's not ready. Okay. Councillor Pasternak, the next one is yours. NY 3417, 25 Cedar Croft Boulevard is here without a recommendation. 3417.
Oh, I think there's a supplementary report on. Yes, there is. Yeah. So. I think I have two motions for this item.
Okay.
If they're ready.
Does the clerk have the motions on 3417? Pardon? Okay, there it is, Councillor Pasternak.
All right. So with these motions, the first one is really to encourage it being purpose-built rental. The proposal does not specify whether it'll be condos or rental. We are urging rental, basically where this is located, because of the need in the area. And we were a little concerned about the number of studio apartments. Studio apartments are not selling these days, nor are they rented. We want more family units, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. And we were also encouraging staff to work with we're encouraging staff to work with the property owner to reach these goals. The problem with this application was the community consultation was done 3.5 years ago, and it's only coming to us now for a decision. So that's a long gap between going out to the public and it coming here. But at the same time, we don't want them to go to the Ontario Land Tribunal and try and ask for more. So I'm going to move my motions. I'm going to do the same thing we did before. I'm going to ask for a separate vote on the motions, which we adopt, but I'm going to be recorded in the negative on the item as amended.
Sure. Okay, so Councillor Perks, you wanted to speak on this? Councillor Perks?
Thank you. Yes, Speaker, I just want members to understand that this item came from North York Community Council without recommendations. So I'm going to move this supplementary that staff prepared and the staff recommendations.
Okay.
So that we actually are giving staff instructions on this item.
Okay, and so,
Or we're
pardon? Yeah, okay.
See, I'd expected Councillor Pasternak to do this, so I'm rushing to catch up.
Well, Councillor Pasternak moved. No, Councillor Pasternak did move a motion, Councillor Perks.
Yes, but Councillor Pasternak's motion doesn't deal with the rezoning application. We need to give staff advice on the rezoning application.
Let's, why don't we hold this item down so we can straighten it out? Okay? Let's hold the item down. Okay. Next one is NY. Next one is NY 3421 from North York, 39, 41, and 43 Wilkett Road. Councillor Chernis Lynn, this came forward without a recommendation.
Yes, I have some questions for staff on this. Toronto Water wasn't available when we had this before North York
just a
Community
sec.
Council.
Hold on, let me get the staff down here. Okay. So you have, so if you have questions to staff are coming down. They can answer your questions. Okay, go ahead. Ask your question.
Thank you so much. So this application is in an area where there's an existing concern about flooding from the sanitary sewer into Wilkett Creek, as well as basement flooding for residences in the area. How does the city address these issues in light of the increased sanitary flows caused by densification? Because this is one development, and then there will be other ones. So everybody's quite concerned. We heard a lot at North York Community Council about that.
Through you, Madam Chair, this particular area, we had completed a basement flooding study and had identified quite a number of upgrades required, not only in the local system, but as that study was done, they identified a concern with potential few segments in a trunk sewer. And that needs to be further investigated, because the basement flooding study process usually involves first identifying the preferred alternatives and then moving on to detailed design, doing deeper dives, and we're at the early stages of that. What's different about this location is it's rare that we find a situation with a trunk sewer tied to basement flooding studies. They're usually local sewers. That's the smaller ones in the communities. But in this particular case, there was a red flag raised about the trunk sewer, and it requires a different model that Toronto Water will undertake a study on to take a look at it to better understand it. That is the reason why staff had asked for a hold on the zoning in this situation.
Okay, and is it typical for development to proceed in a circumstance like this? And how did development engineering and Toronto Water address any related concerns before development moves forward?
So I'll start with the typical, and then I'll hand over to staff from development engineering. So it is not unusual for us to provide an approval of zoning with a holding designation, is saying we have no concern with the intended use. However, we have to finish some studies to determine what infrastructure upgrades might need to be made before we can add additional conditions or change that hold provision. So it's been done in many other parts of the city. And I'll get into the logistics. I guess our friends in development engineer can speak to that.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the general manager is correct. It's not unusual to have zoning holding provisions for zoning bylaw until the servicing issues are have been addressed to the satisfaction of the engineering and Toronto Water. And as part of our development review in engineering, we would require the applicant and their consultant team to submit to us a sewer capacity assessment where they would analyze the local sewers from their site all the way to the trunk sewer to confirm whether or not the existing system is adequate, and where it is not adequate to handle the additional flows. The report would need to identify upgrades as necessary.
I just want to add what is a little different in this case as well is that, yes, we usually ask applicants to complete what's called a functional servicing study of that local sewers. We need to look at a much broader area. We need to look at the trunk sewer system and how it flows down to the sewage plant. And it wouldn't be fair to have one applicant pay for such a large study. So Toronto Water is doing that study. So what we need to do is marry up the work that we're going to do with the trunk sewer assessment capacity work, and then marry that up with the basement flooding study work that we have, and any submissions from all the different applications in that area, not just this applicant, but any other developments that are in the queue. And we would put that all into one model to figure out what improvements are needed before we can say yes to proceed.
So, okay, it seems like there's quite a bit of work to still be done, but this development application is here before us for approval. So are there ever circumstances where the city permits a development to move forward if it makes or could make existing stormwater or sanitary flow challenges worse? Because I think that's what people are really concerned about.
And Madam Speaker, I share their concerns as well. And what we would identify would be the conditions required for them to proceed. So right now what's before you is a policy decision on the use and the zoning, and does that comply with the city's plans, and does it fit the character of the community? That's a separate policy debate. How you achieve that is what we're looking at. What's the infrastructure required in order to meet that objective? Because you can always engineer anything. It's how much is it going to cost? That's the homework we have to do, and that's what we have to bring back. And we have to see what upgrades are required by the city and what upgrades might be required by the developers, or developers plural, because there's other activities happening in this ward as well.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, it's a follow-on because I think we got almost there. So we've had this happen in the past. So in a case like this, we're going through the land use, the zoning decision here. Going through the zoning decision. And if we were to say, oh, we're nervous and say no today, and off they go to the OLT, what's our track record at the OLT when we bring forward to them, but we have this sewer difficulty, and how do they address that? Or how did they allow the city to address that?
In the past, my experience has been they would look at the planning merits of it and consider whether it meets the requirements of the official plan on any deliberations that you had as a council from use perspective. They would okay that, but they would also make the proceeding with work conditional on satisfying the infrastructure servicing requirements. So they would make the exact same condition requirements that we have made in the holding provisions in this report. So that work would have to still take place.
Right. And so Mr. Sitt, if you could answer from the because we're the ones that go to the OLT, the planning realm more than the public service who will implement back at the ranch. What's our track record on having the OLT respect our holding provisions? When we do holding provisions for infrastructure reasons such as this, do they respect them and do they protect the property until that work is done?
Yeah, through the Speaker, I would say that our track record is actually very good when we do have infrastructure matters that have to be addressed. So, as my colleague had said, we are approving this thing in principle, but obviously no development will happen until we are able to lift the H, and we have to be satisfied from an infrastructure standpoint.
Right, and we know they respect that. We're living it at Leslie and Shepherd right now. They do respect that. So even though we may proceed with the zoning decision, whether municipally or provincially, we do respect when it's a matter of sewer systems needing to be implemented.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say, you know, our experience even with other OLT matters where there are infrastructure constraints, the OLT will certainly wait for those things to be cleared before they finalize the zoning bylaws or official plans.
Thank you. That's very clear, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, to speak, Councillor Chernis Lynn.
So I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied with this one. So I'll be moving staff recs. I just really needed to hear from Toronto Water and Development Review, the engineering division, just so that we could really understand some of the questions that we couldn't get answered at North York Community Council. So I'm moving staff recommendations on this.
Thank you very much. So Councillor Chernis Lynn is moving the staff recommendation on NY 3421. Yeah, it's on the screen. On favor, carried. Thank you. NY 3423, 590, 592, Roehampton. Councillor Perks, you held the item down.
Yes, Speaker, I would like to move the staff recommendations on this item.
Okay.
Oh, Rachel, this is 23.
Okay, so Councillor Perks is moving the staff recommendation on NY 3423. Anybody else want to speak on this? Oh, okay. I thought you passed it on to Councillor Perks earlier today.
Yes.
The item.
Yes, and I have gone first and moved the staff recommendation.
Okay, and I'll get Councillor Chernis Lynn now to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to move an amendment on this one. Clerks should have it. So I understand this isn't an MTSA, and there's, you know, the province has created significant challenges with that. So I understand that, you know, this is, we're facing insurmountable challenges, but the community does have concerns around this, and there's just an amendment on this because it empties onto a laneway on one side and onto a small street on the other. And so I've just moved in, I want to move a motion that clerk should be able to put up on the screen that just calls for a safer entry to that.
It's on the screen.
Oh, I'm not seeing it. Okay.
Oh,
sorry.
I see it.
Okay.
You don't see it?
I don't know. I'm having some computer challenges.
Oh.
But it's not on the big screen, so.
Do you want to see my screen?
I trust that it's the right one. Don't worry.
Okay. I see it.
And I just like a recorded vote on the amendment as the item as a whole. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move Councillor Perks' motion for the staff. Yeah. She wants a recorded vote on item as amended. Oh, you want a recorded vote on Councillor Perks' motion in your motion? So recorded vote on Councillor Perks' motion.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Peruzza, are you voting, please?
Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Peruzza, please. Councillor Chernislin, how do you vote, please? Councillor Chernislin, how do you vote, please? We've closed the vote. Okay, thank you. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 21-2.
Okay. Then we have Councillor Chernislin motion. Did you want a recorded vote on that too? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please.
Councillor Thompson, Councillor Kendall, please.
The motion carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay. Councillor Chernislin, it's your motion, your motion. Okay, the next one is NY 3425. Oh, no, it was here without a recommendation. The next item, please, quiet. The next item is NY 3425, 922 Millwood Road. Councillor Chernislin, it's here without a recommendation again. So what do you want to do with this one? Okay, can you put your name, please, on the screen? This is 922 Millwood Road. Are you moving a motion?
On this.
Pardon?
I'd like to move refusal on this. I do have my name on the list.
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
But it's here without a recommendation.
Correct. And I'd like to move refusal on this one.
Well, you have to vote. You vote against the
Okay.
staff recommendation.
Okay. So I'd just like to speak on it first.
Yeah, no,
Am I
that's
allowed to
fine.
do
Yeah,
that?
you can
Okay.
speak on it. Yes.
So,
yeah. The next one is NY 3427. Councillor Cheng gets here without a recommendation as well. 1525 Points Avenue. Are you ready?
An amendment? Is
Pardon?
it ready? There's a motion. Is there an amendment?
Do we have an amendment?
There's no, not ready. Not ready.
Okay, you know what I'm going to suggest? All these councillors that held all these items down and is here with our recommendation. The staff don't have the amendments, so let's recess. Okay, we're just going to have a few minutes recess and then we're going to do quick releases. Okay, members of council, we are ready to get back to council. If you can please take your seats. Yeah, Councillor Myers, Councillor Moyes, Councillor Pasternak, please take your seats. We're working on North York. Councillor Moyes, can you please come down to the council chambers? Councillor Myers, please. So, Councillor Pasternak, we're going back to 3417, 25 Cedar Croft Boulevard. Okay, so the motions have been moved, so we just have to vote on it. Yeah, so let's put the motions on the screen. Yes.
And then the final item.
Yes, yes. Okay, our first motion. Yeah, motion by Councillor Perks. There it is on the screen. On favor? On favor? Carried. And then Councillor Pasternak's motion. There it is, Councillor Pasternak's motion. On favor? Carried. And then Councillor Pasternak, you want a recorded vote on the, oh, it's here without a recommendation, yeah. Okay. Our next one is 3425, which is 622 Millwood Road. Councillor Chernis Lynn's item. We'll put the motion on the screen. Okay. Pardon? Oh, Councillor Chernis Lynn to speak.
Thank you. I'm moving refusal on this item because it is simply not the right building in the right place. This application has caused significant concern in the community due to its scale in relation to the size of the lot and its location within the community. It is a very small lot and interior to the neighborhood. It's not in an MTSA, and it's not on a major street. At 7 stories and at a lot coverage of 92%, the building is simply too large for the site. It relies heavily on a narrow laneway, Crotcheck Lane, barely wide enough to fit 2 passing vehicles for vehicular access and egress. This is not the tallest or the largest development we've had on the agenda today or even on items in my ward, but it is simply not a good fit for this site, as evidenced by the fact that there are more than 80 letters of opposition to this item. I do want to say that I appreciate the work that staff has done trying to move the applicant. I will also add that the community and I have met with the applicant even as recently as last week, and they refused to make any alterations to accommodate the concerns that were raised. So that is why I am moving refusal, and I really hope that my colleagues will consider what it means to have this kind of density within neighborhoods, not in MTSAs, where there is not, subway service right nearby or within walking distance or anything like that. So I really hope that people will consider this seriously. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll to speak.
Yes, the councillor is going to want recorded votes. Madam Speaker, we have to end this practice of bringing things to committee without recommendations. It would be better if we had done this in our own bailiwick with our community sitting right there to watch. But I'm moving the staff recommendations so that people will have the option of either the refusal or the staff recommendations. I think they have to have that option. And when we come out of this item, staff have to have direction. We can't leave them directionless for 6 months on a 7-story building. This is difficult in the community. This is the last slot left, a vacant, scrubby little vacant lot left in an area that has development all around it. Well, most of the development around it is in the 4-story range, the 5-story range, because that's what was happening in the late 80s and through the 90s when those blocks went in. We're in a different world now. And while it's not an MTSA, as you know, as of right, because of some of the things we've done on creating more housing opportunities now, 7 stories on a lot this size is not unusual, especially not Millwood. Millwood is a significant road through the neighborhood. We're very close to Laird here. We're talking about avenues. We're talking about the heart of Leaside. At 7 stories, you have to have the option. If you want to support the council to do refusal, my own preference in these low-density developments is to keep the conversation in the city, keep the discussion at the table, and be able to do as much as possible of this type of work at this low-density area at the city. Once we start sending these to the OLT, it has an impact on all decisions because now we look like we're always unwilling to do anything without there being the bad guy on our behalf. And so I'm leaving the option of both sets of recommendations to refuse or to adopt what the staff have recommended, which is that at the form it's in now, 7 stories terraced, we should proceed.
Okay. So let's put the motions on the screen. Members, if you could take your seats, please, we're going to be voting. Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Prusa, please take your seat. Okay. We have the motion. We're in the middle of a vote here. Councillor Prusa, Councillor Fletcher, we're in the middle of a vote. Okay.
Councillor Cheng, please.
Councillor Burnside, Councillor Perks, Councillor Canavelle, please.
Councillor Fletcher, your vote, please. Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Sachs, are you not logged in? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Peruzza, your vote, please. Councillor Canadell, how do you vote, please? The motion carries. The vote is 12 to 11.
Okay. All right, the next item. Okay. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I wish to speak to this item. I don't have questions of staff.
T 3417. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to speak to this item and also to the related members motion, MM 43.7, which we approved a little while ago. Chinatown is an incredibly important area in my ward and Deputy Mayor Malik's ward. One of the oldest ethnic enclaves in the city, a very well-loved area, rich cultural heritage, and it's in big trouble. The staff have documented that about a third of the businesses in this area have been lost in the last number of years. It's got extraordinarily high rents compared to the whole area around it. And so the city started a Chinatown for Tomorrow planning process in 2019. And for 7 years, volunteers, activists have participated in this process year in, year out, looking for help from the city so that we don't lose Chinatown. This is the second Chinatown because the city expropriated the first one, and people want help preserving the cultural integrity of it. Now, after years of effort, we've made some progress this year. We've got recognized it as a cultural district. We have this planning framework which gives some guidance and some encouragement kind of policies for non-displacement. But what the community needs to turn this from paper to reality is investment. So one of the things that we've called for is for the mayor in her budgetary decision or his budgetary decisions for 2027 to allocate some funding. The staff have put in a very modest request. They've said it would take about $300,000 for each of the 3 top priority cultural districts, Chinatown, Little Jamaica, and the Village, to provide some reality to this cultural district notion so that some grant programs can begin to help small businesses continue. And that will not happen. All of this paperwork won't amount to much more than a hill of beans unless that investment occurs. The second thing I want to say about this is that the neighborhood, I have worked with the Chinatown Land Trust, which is a fantastic organization supported by the community. It's been raising pennies for a long period of time so that they can actually acquire their very first piece of land. We heard during the process of developing the cultural district and the planning framework and all the motions and hearings we had that one of the few places in North America that's doing a decent job protecting its Chinatown is Montreal. And one of the things Montreal has is a cultural hub for Chinatown. Now, it turns out it's just leased. It doesn't have any security. But even just that leased premise has made a big difference in providing a low-cost place for cultural activities, community activities, art activities, for the community to get together and rebuild. So I've worked with the Chinatown Land Trust and with the Economic and Community Development folks. I'm providing $700,000 in Section 37 funds. The Toronto Chinatown Land Trust, as long as all of the, condition inspections work out, they're buying a piece of land, 81 Huron Street, on Huron Plaza, which we've put all the steps in place so that it can be pedestrianized, so that they will have 2 affordable housing units, a retail unit for culturally significant businesses, and a low-cost cultural hub. This will be the first of its kind in North America that the community actually owns. It's a tremendous first step. It's the first tangible thing that turns all of our declarations and paperwork into reality, and I'm very proud of it.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. The item is adopted. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, the next item is T 3454 500 Dundas Street East. Councillor Moyes is here without a recommendation. Do you have questions of staff?
I do want to speak to this item. There's no recommendation to this?
Do we have the motion? Yeah. So can you read your motion?
Yes, there we go. I just want to speak to this item. I know that this has been a contentious application for Regent Park residents. The zoning originally approved as part of phases 1 through 3 of the Regent Park revitalization permitted only 8 stories. And some in the community want to hold firm to that. Others want more affordable housing secured. And I do hear them. At the same time, circumstances have changed significantly since that original rezoning. Building more housing of all types is critical to addressing the shortages we are experiencing. What I can tell you is that for over the past few weeks, I have worked closely with planning staff and legal staff to make sure the promised affordable housing component isn't just a commitment. It's secured within the zoning bylaw itself. I'm happy to report that we have secured 65 affordable housing units. And I want to be clear, if the applicant is unable to deliver on that affordable housing commitment, their committed height is reduced. The affordability is tied directly to what they are allowed to build. I will continue to work with the applicant, city staff, and the affordable housing operator, Fred Victor, to ensure that this affordable housing becomes a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. On the motion by Councillor Moyes, all in favor? Carried. The next one is yours, Councillor Moyes, 3458 to 280 Wellesley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
No, it's here without a recommendation.
I will be supporting this application. St. Jamestown is the densest neighborhood in the country. And this community has waited decades for real investment in their neighborhood. The late Pat McConnell delivered a library, a community center, and an aquatic center during her time as councillor. I'm proud to continue building on her work. Throughout this term, I've delivered a dedicated housing worker, a new park, a new community hub, food hub, and now by working together with the community, city staff, and the applicant, I'm proud to say we are able to secure significant community benefits through this application. First, we secured 5,000 square feet of greatly needed community space to be owned by the city under our community space tenancy program. Second, we secured significant upgrades and new amenity spaces for existing tenants at 260 and 280 Wellesley Street and 650 Parliament Street, with no above guideline rent increases. I do want to be transparent about my own disappointment. Because of the provincial government's pause on inclusionary zoning, unfortunately, we did not have a mechanism to secure affordable rental housing in this development. That is a gap I will continue to push to close. I want to thank the community for staying engaged throughout this process. None of this could have happened without you. Thank you.
On the item, on favor, carried. Councillor Holiday, you're next. T 34104. Councillor Holiday, do you have questions? Is the transit priority measures?
Yes, questions of staff.
Questions of staff. Okay, go ahead.
Can someone tell me what the contemplated transit priority measures are that are in the recommendations?
Through the Speaker, so the measures that we've been implementing to date with respect...
I'm sorry, it's what's going forward in the recommendations.
Turn prohibitions, changes and amendments to the parking and no stopping regulations, as well as... Those are the two key, right? Yeah. Those are the two key measures.
So if they're not listed in this report in front of us, those measures, correct?
Through the Speaker, I believe that we identified those in a previous report. And this is now a summary of the outcomes.
So the original staff recommendation was to receive the report for information. The recommendations from the committee going forward are to pursue additional. Did I not read that right? Maybe you can help me understand what they're instructing you to do.
Yeah, through the Speaker, that is correct.
Okay, so what are the further measures that you are contemplating doing?
Through the Speaker, that's the work that would have to be done now. And so what we would look at through the work we're doing citywide across all networks is to look at the whole toolbox of transit priority measures to see which ones might be considered. And part of the motion also speaks to having to consult with the community and the councillor if any of those were brought forward.
I'm sorry, it says to consult with the community?
It speaks to an engagement plan that would be part of this too on Dundas.
Well, define engagement. Engagement's not consult, is it?
Part of the work we would do is to build that engagement plan and bring that forward.
Does that plan include consultation? As consultation is defined, you ask people what they think? They have input?
Through the Speaker, as I mentioned, we don't have that plan yet developed, but there would be some element of getting feedback from both riders and local residents in the area.
Okay, because it doesn't say riders, it doesn't say local residents, it just says an engagement plan.
Through the Speaker, we do that with pretty much every single transit priority measure we put in across the city, so we would expect to do the same thing here if we were to recommend new provisions.
Can you articulate what some of those potential measures are? I heard already about parking and turn prohibitions. What else are you contemplating?
Those would be that would be the basket of them. We could also look at a queue jump lane potentially, not really relevant with streetcars as much as it could be with buses. But right now, it would be looking at just the curb management options and turn restrictions.
Can you tell me a little bit about the report's limitations on the data? There was a stat in there that ridership has increased. But if I went back, I thought it only referenced like a week in March and a week in April. Is that correct?
I mean, through the Speaker, when we do a ridership analysis, we want like for like. Dundas has been under construction for several periods, and so you want to get 2 periods that have the same conditions. Okay. So that would be a typical way to process that. Just worth noting that the board has directed us to do this across the entire streetcar network. So this is something we were doing regardless. This adds some heightened focus to Dundas, but we would apply the measures around impact and ridership on any corridor and all corridors in the city.
So how many days out of 365 did you find congruency so that you could compare the numbers?
Through the Speaker, with the amount of construction in this city, that's often difficult to find those days that are like for like, but we're always able to find some of them. And obviously we want to compare the time periods of the day to each other also.
But how much did you bring us the stat? I think, is it 25% or 35% increase in ridership? I'm going by memory.
So in that instance, through the Speaker, what we did is we looked at a 2-week period to measure ridership and then compared that to a similar period before.
So 2 weeks out of 52 weeks. And that was the conclusion?
Through the Speaker, we have detailed ridership analysis every day and week of the year that we can rely on. That informs how we would model that so that it's reliable.
But you told me there were limitations in this because of construction.
No, through the Speaker, the only limitations is which period we would look at, not the reliability of whether the ridership is indicative of what we'd see or what we have seen.
Okay, so now I'm thoroughly confused. How many days of analysis comparison did you use to derive the increase in ridership that you cited in the report? Was it 2 weeks or was it all the entire year?
So sorry, I just want to confirm. So was a 2-week period that we looked at to determine
2 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And we don't know what those measures are. And what I heard from you is this overlaps some work that the board has already told you to do.
Okay, that was your
We already have
question.
existing work and direction to look at how we could speed up streetcars across the city. This would be woven into that work.
Thank you. Mayor Chow. Did you?
Motion to, of course, finish everything today, but we should take a break at 6:30 and we'll come back at 7. I'll give people enough time to order food and all that. And we'll be back at 7. May I trouble the clerk to put a motion of that nature?
Okay,
I'll so move.
On the mayor's motion, we'll put it up that we extend the meeting to complete the agenda with 30-minute break at 6:30, back at 7. On favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Carroll, did you want to ask questions on this item? Okay, go ahead.
I'm wondering about the procedural pathway of this work, because I know it started with the discussion at Community Council, but we're now getting into, we did some measures, we have a plan and a 6-minute network that originated with the Community Council discussion, but at what point does it become a infrastructure committee discussion or a planning discussion or a TTC board discussion? We're moving on now to employ other things. We're talking about developing an engagement plan. I'm assuming that engagement plan would come back, but is that a decision that's in the purview of the community council, or where do we make this a citywide concern?
Through the Speaker, I can take a stab at that. So as I mentioned, there is, as directed by our board, there is a comprehensive approach to look at, and actually I think also by council, to look at how we can speed up the surface network with the focus on streetcars. So that work has commenced, and that will be quite comprehensive, and that's due to come back in the early part of 2027. Since then, or alongside that, we've had individual motions in a variety of places, community council, TTC board, etc. What our hope to do is to bring all of that into one process so that there aren't the piecemeal pieces of work. So we've had motions at the board to look at college. We've had motions through community council to look at Dundas, all welcomed. But what we're trying to do is marshal it into one comprehensive plan. And that's what the board's directed us to do. And so we'll bring all that together to report back in the new year.
So it's the report back that I'm interested in, because at that point, if you're going to bring it all together, you're now engaging a level of staff that seems to me not in the planning realm and the community council realm, but now we're really talking about examining changes to a major piece of infrastructure on what is a major street in the city of Toronto. So what's the appropriate place for this work to continue from here on?
Through the Speaker, and I'm sure my city colleagues will add to this, with anything transit priority, while the TTC can plan and has ambitions and recommendations, any of those changes to the roadway can only happen through the city. And so that's why these processes have to be in lockstep between city and TTC. What committee that actually lands at, I think We'll find out what that pathway looks like, but we will certainly be reporting to our board. There would have to be commensurate reporting at a city destination because of the changes that, if recommended, would happen to any roadway.
That's interesting, but when you say between the board and the city, the thing I'm wondering is where in the city, because now we're talking about budgetary impacts that can be somewhat hidden if they're sitting in a community council. So I'm wondering if staff have the ability. You've been asked to report back to community council, but in so doing, would you at that point say we need to do X, X, and X if you agree, but at that point we need to take it to a standing committee? Would that be a recommendation that would show up in a community council report?
Through the Speaker, that's exactly correct. So depending on the specific measures, we would basically take them to the appropriate level from a delegation of authority perspective, depending on what changes and if there's budget implications, whether it needs to go to community council or if it needs to go to infrastructure and environment committee. We would make that assessment once we've determined exactly what measures we want to implement.
And it's kind of hard to track financial impacts, save and except the ones that are to do with the zoning process if they're staying in community council. So as soon as you hit a financial impact that hits a particular deputy city manager or a division, that's the thing that will kick it into a standing committee. Do I have that comfort?
Through the Speaker, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Just want to say that we're going to close off the motions at 6:30. No more members' motion. Next question. Next question is Councillor Bravo.
Thank you. I just want to get some clarification on how we got here. I'm not sure that's coming through correctly. At the same time, the TTC board made transit priority measures a priority so that we could move our TTC vehicles more expeditiously and get more value for money for riders and support congestion. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, that is correct.
And then at the same time, the following council meeting, we had a motion here, a comprehensive motion about matching on the transportation services side, all of the things that the City of Toronto divisions would need to do to match that objective. Because up until now, TTC and city divisions have been kind of disaffiliated and we're not getting the impact that we need. I want to ask transportation services, was that not here debated and adopted at council?
Through the Speaker, that is correct.
Correct. So what this report is actually putting us in the picture of the combined and coordinated work that needs to be done. And I have a further question about, in addition to having the process go through community council and then come back to council, we're at council because this is across city divisions, correct?
That is correct.
And finally, I want to ask whether all of this taken together will be considered within the City of Toronto's congestion management plan, given that moving transit faster is a core measure of reducing or managing congestion in an urban city like Toronto.
To the Speaker, Councillor, if I can jump in, that is correct. The congestion management plan includes a pillar about guarding supporting surface transit, and it would be an appropriate vehicle through which to consider all of these measures to support transit.
Thank you. So while a lot of different things are happening at the same time, the good news is that we're finally aligning what TTC is doing, what transportation services and city divisions are doing, and in addition, now that we have someone who's leading congestion management, we're going to look at all of these together through a congestion management filter.
That is correct.
Finally, there isn't anything here that directs any new transit. You know what I mean? We're not doing anything here that makes any changes. We're actually bringing back a report on the work that was done and sequencing to future work so that we come out of this with some coherence. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we're in alignment on that.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, you held the item down. Did you want to speak? Can you put your name on the screen, please?
Certainly.
Councillor Holiday to speak.
So Speaker, I'm going to vote against this. And I want to point out the flaw in the process. So there were improvements made to the Dundas Street corridor to improve ridership experience, the rider's experience, excuse me. And they were, what we heard, they were traffic and parking changes, so turn prohibitions and changes to parking. And then a follow-up report came to the Community Council. There was a receipt for information, and instead of doing that, they've basically said, hey, go further. We have no idea what that is. Dundas is a really important route. It's an important route for residents of Etobicoke if they want to drive into the city. If you get over to where the streetcar starts, that might be the route that you take into the city. It's a centrally important street for east-west movement. The concern I have is this says from council, hey, go forward and do more. And by the way, we heard from the TTC that they are looking at all of their streetcar system. Problem is we have no idea what that is. I heard something about a queue jump lane, but I'm not quite sure I understand how that applies here. And what could I possibly know with a few minutes on the council floor? What I do know is that the stakes are high. So I think that this is a rather thin amount of information in front of council to make such a large decision. Speaking of thin information, the report does, with its limitations, note that they compared a couple of week period from one year to the next and that the ridership was up. Good for them. Why the ridership is perhaps requires a little bit of a deeper analysis. There was a note, of course, that there was a lot of construction and things going on, so it was hard to compare. So I'm not comfortable basing an important policy decision on a very thin slice of information that is admittedly very limited in the report. So there are better processes to do this. There are better ways to bring the community, the businesses, the affected riders, the affected residents, the affected drivers in on the conversation. Because I think that if additional measures are applied, the stakes become higher, the changes become higher, and it affects more and more people in a greater way. And so I wish a better process was followed, but this is, I don't think, is the best way to do it, and I'm voting no on that, and I'd rather them come back with something comprehensive. Thank you.
Motion by Councillor But whose motion is this?
None.
Nobody's.
No,
okay.
I decided not to move it that way and to vote no.
It's still on the screen. Okay, so you just want to vote against the item?
I'll explain.
Oh, this one.
Well, I don't see any other speakers.
I know.
Oh, Councillor Bravo's there. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you. It makes sense for Councillor Holliday to vote no to this item because he voted no when we brought the transit priority measures motion to council at the same time that this was considered and adopted at TTC. It makes sense that if you don't accept that moving transit more effectively through the city, we can't actually manage congestion. So this putting doubt into a process which we all understand. Excuse me, guys. Just putting putting questions around a process which has been completely transparent, which came to council and was debated, which is transparently viewed here at TTC, where there are weekly, very granular statistics about how streetcars are moving, is actually a mistake, I think. It mischaracterizes work that we all agreed needed to go forward. And we cannot criticize and say that our streetcars are slow if we don't do the things that TTC is telling us, or at least explore the things that TTC tells us, move them more quickly. And we can't actually manage congestion in the city if people can't increasingly choose transit as their mode of choice. The only way that we're going to be able to get a handle on this challenge for its economic costs, for the pressures that it creates on local economies, on those very streets on Dundas, which goes through my ward where people need to visit and shop and live. We're not going to be able to handle this unless we get the information, really analyze the data, and this is an all-of-city piece of work. It's every city division, it's TTC working together, and the work must be allowed to proceed.
Councillor Carroll to speak.
Madam Speaker, this is on the quick, so I don't know if it is possible to put it up on the screen now. But councillors will note there are 2 recommendations to this report, and I'm making a simple change. In recommendation 2, it says City Council requests the General Manager Transportation Services, in collaboration with the CEO, Toronto Transit Commission, report back with the recommendations considered in Part 1. I'm amending that to read report to Infrastructure Committee on the recommendations in 1. This is great work to begin with, and it's great that it started where it needed to start, but we're now getting into, and what more can we do? And at that point, we need to be able to track the financial implications. We need to be able to track the involvement of deputy city managers and the like, dispatching staff to do the work. We're developing an engagement plan. And that engagement plan would need to look at where do we do a yes or no consultation, and where do we simply have an information plan so that we can engage people. And the good news that we're making transit on Dundas more efficient. But at the end of the day, Dundas goes from one end of the city to the other, and we all drive it. And we're talking about something that is very citywide. And while it's really important to the residents who live there, it's something that if we're going to get it right, we're going to begin to spend what are citywide dollars, and we need to align it with citywide priorities. Along with the coordination priority, there needs to be a who's in the queue and where next are we going to dispatch our dollars. And so I'm going to suggest that while Toronto East York Community Council has done great work to get us to this point, the findings report is great. But if we're now moving on and we're about to do more, I would submit that that's a citywide concern. And so I'm making that one simple change, which is where it reports to next. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Let's take the vote. You've added, were you able to add infrastructure in that? Yeah. Okay. Motion by Councillor Carroll to report to the Infrastructure Environment Committee. Pardon? Okay? Is that okay? Okay, by Councillor Carroll, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. And on the item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, please, and Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Candavel, please.
Ainsley. Councillor Ainsley, please. Thank you. The item is amended as adopted. The vote is 20 to 2.
All right. The next one is T-34-105. Councillor Bravo, you held it down. It's similar to what we just voted on. Councillor Bravo?
Yes, I was holding it for my motion, and I know that Deputy Mayor Malik has a motion too.
Who has a motion? Deputy Mayor Malik?
Yeah,
Okay,
so I have a motion. I can go first.
Okay, please go through it so we can get this done before we break.
I'm ready. 100%.
Councillor Bravo.
100%. My motion is simply to ensure that there's an expiration date for the proposed temporary parking and traffic regulations on Queen Street West and report back to Toronto East York Community Council in 2027.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik, your amendment?
Thank you. I have a motion, and this is to just ensure that we are very clearly communicating the phasing of the construction work in order to mitigate the impact on folks who use the line, and worked with staff on this, so thank you.
Okay. Okay, on Councillor Bravo's motion. Yeah, she moved it already. So. Yeah, they already spoke. Okay, Councillor Bravo's motion, on favor, carried. Deputy Mayor Malik's motion, we'll put on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. The next item is CC 43.5, Delegation of Authority for the 2026 Council Recess. Mayor Chow, you held the item down. Did you have questions?
I do not.
Does any? Pardon? That was already released. That was. Yeah. Councillor Fletcher, T-34-106, remember you were going to release it and then you.
I am on call from last week.
Can you just release it?
Something.
No.
Why?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm hearing other voices.
But we're on your item.
Thank you. So I have some questions now.
Oh, well, the last time you were just
That's
speaking.
correct.
You were just
Do you
speaking on
remember
it.
the last time?
Yeah.
So do I. Now I have some questions.
Okay. Go ahead, ask the questions.
You've asked for delegated authority.
No, we're not at that item.
We're at 106.
The Metrolinx one. Yeah. Oh, I see, delegate. Okay, go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to Mr. Toigo now. You've asked for delegated authority, and I just will be, till December 31st, 2030. Have you not in this report?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, the authority is requested till December 31st, 2030.
Have you ever had delegated authority in this manner before in my ward?
Madam Chair, we had delegated authority before for the early works of the Ontario Line bridges along the Lakeshore Corridor, as well as in Ward 14, north of Girard Street East, we have delegated authority.
But for this Riverside area, you've always had to come and ask permission for all the various
Madam Chair,
transportation changes, correct?
Correct, Councillor. Madam Chair, through you, we have always been transparent in terms of Metrolinx's construction plans, and we have presented it to Council for consideration. Any changes to those plans due to the schedule changes or due to the construction methodology changes sometimes, those changes are implemented through the delegated authority. We want to avoid any delays to the permitting and through that permitting to the project schedule.
So up to this point, my community has had a lot to say about somebody's phone, I think yours, Councillor Brandt. A lot to comment on as far as the plans, Metrolinx plans. We've done a lot together. This would change that, wouldn't it?
Through you, Madam Chair, this will not change. The ongoing communication and the consultation with the community will continue through Metrolinx's construction liaison committee.
No, through council. My ability or councillor's ability to actually give instructions will change with what you're asking for tonight, correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is not the intent of this delegated authority.
But it is it is going to happen or could possibly happen, correct?
If technically, if you go through the delegated authority that we are seeking, yeah, you know, I mean, because we want to ensure that the permitting is done on time. However, in the past, as Councillor knows as well, we have always come to City Council to seek direction and also to give an opportunity to community to delegate.
And through that, we've managed to put conditions on Metrolinx's work that's kept the community quite safe and brought issues to the forefront that they had to deal with. Would you not agree with that?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I agree that through council direction, we have added a number of conditions to permits allowing work to happen within the road right away.
And that's because you did not have delegated authority. It was given to you through Community Council and City Council, including conditions on how they would perform their work in my ward at least.
Madam Chair, I must clarify that there are a number of standard conditions that reflect the general permit administration as well as the Transportation Services technical review of the permits. So yes, those conditions are always present in the permit.
So if we were to take the Gertrude Gate, for instance, where there's certain conditions Metrolinx has to meet prior to getting a permit, that would not be possible under your request for delegated authority at this point. I think you could not have to come to ask for that and have the community indicate the degree of care that Metrolinx must take in order to have a permit.
Through you, Madam Chair, I agree with the councillor.
So I think what I'd like to do, Speaker, is I need to change that delegated authority, and I'm advising clerks from December 31st, 2030 to December 31st, 2027 for this period that the election is on, and then to bring that authority back to the councillor and the community to impose conditions for safety and for construction that will not exist otherwise. So, Madam Speaker, that's the motion that I'm going to have to ask clerks to change, amend that delegated authority.
Submit it into the clerk. Okay, so we don't have it yet then. Okay, all right, okay. We'll hold. Okay, so we'll have to hold it down so the clerk can. Okay, yeah, until the clerk is able to do up the motion. What? Okay, just 1 sec, just 1 sec. I want to see if the staff is ready to introduce the members' motion. Those members' motion that we're going to introduce. Pardon? Yeah, do the ones that we have because we're closing it at 6:30. After 6:30, no more members' motions. Councillor Cheng.
Oh, what's happening? Sorry, I lost my CMP.
Okay, Councillor Cheng, it's on the screen.
Yes, I'd like to move this motion. Doris extension is underway, and we need the consideration of adding biking infrastructure to
Okay,
this
thank
extension.
you. On favor, carried. Who's next? Deputy Mayor Malik. I think this is the motion with the ferries. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm looking to add this to the agenda, authorizing the opportunity to protect our waterfront with free ferry rides in August.
On favor, carried.
Thank you.
Next. Mayor Chow.
This is for former Councillor Howard Moscow.
Yes.
Maybe something
Yes.
it's just not quite right. So we're delegating authority for the staff to do so.
Okay, on favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher, you have two members' motions to introduce.
Pardon?
You have two members' motion to introduce.
I'm here. I am here. Thank you. Waiting for that, Speaker. There we go. Ensuring high standard of ice quality at City of Toronto's outdoor artificial standalone pleasure skating facilities.
Okay,
Those are different than
on
artificial
favor,
ice rinks.
carried. The next one.
And this is for a off-leash area where there's work going on already, and I'd like to put money in so it will go with artificial instead of wood chips. Thank you.
On favor, carried. Okay, so we're closing. Okay. Councillor Candavel. Councillor Candavel. Come on, guys, take your seats so we can go on with business. Okay, there it is on the screen.
The motion is to add a motion for Section 37 funds from a development towards a new public mural in Birchcliff Village.
Just a second. On favor? Carried. Okay, who's next? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. When it comes on the screen, but this is an item to amend the recommendations at 2 Seacourt Avenue so that the affordable housing obligations in the zoning bylaw can be moved forward.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Okay? So, as of 6:30, we're not going to receive any new ones, but the ones that are going through the process, we're going to do it, and we're going to break at 6:30. So, Mayor Chow, your item is next. CC 43.5, Delegation Authority for 2026. Oh, Councillor Matlow, yours.
Yes, you wonderful speaker. I move to add strengthening protection for home buyers. The motion is urgent as it relates to the health and safety of residents.
On favor? Carried. Okay, Mayor Chow, did you want to deal with your item before 6:30? This is a CC item, new business.
I don't believe the motions is fully worked out yet.
Oh,
It's not my motion, but there's some negotiation going on, so
Okay,
I
hold
will
on to
hold
it.
it till after dinner.
Okay. All right. Please. Think we might be able to do one more before we break. CC 43.7, Community Mailbox. Councillor Crisanti, your item, you held it down. Yes.
Okay, I believe that is Councillor Myers here? Yeah, do you still have questions? Do you want to go first? Feel free.
No, you held the item down, so you ask questions.
No, that's right. I'm offering it to Councillor Myers. As
No, you held the item down, so you ask questions first.
Speaker, okay, that's fine. So, so thank you, Speaker. So, back in, do we have the team here? On the mailboxes? Oh, there they are. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, so give them a moment, Speaker, to come down. Oh, they're municipal now. Just delegated authority. Okay, we set?
Okay.
I guess we are.
Okay, Councillor Crisanti, go ahead.
Thank you. So we, Speaker, back in April, I moved a motion asking for a response for a detailed implementation timeline, key dates identifying planning purposes, consultation with Etobicoke North residents, and also details of any legal, fiscal, planning, social impacts. We got an update, but I didn't see the update as comprehensive or included any of the items that mentioned in the motion. Also sent a letter back on April 22nd asking for a pause. Did we get a response, and what was the response, and where are we at today with that?
Speaker, we did not receive a formal response. However, we did get updated information from Canada Post that identified that there'll be 376 CMPs rolled out between 2026 and 2027 in Ward 1.
Sorry, what was that number? 376. Okay. Now, just give me a moment here. Okay, here we go. So this speaker has been, we were blindsided by this back in earlier on this year. Etobicoke North residents, particularly our seniors, residents with disabilities, have concerns about the opting out program and how the opting out program works, what the timing of the opting out would be. So from the time that they make an application to opt out, how soon do they hear back?
Speaker, Canada Post has identified they have an accommodation program in place that allows for residents to make a request for an accommodation, and that request could be fulfilled within as short of a period as 1 week.
So within a week they hear back. Now, is that application, what's the timeline of the delivery, the home delivery to them? Does it expire? Do they have to apply every year?
So once the application is approved, they would have that accommodation until the point where they would no longer need that. In terms of the expiration of that accommodation, we'd have to confirm that with Canada Post.
Okay. And have the residents been advised as to the current timeline and as to where these mailboxes are being located within the respective communities of Etobicoke North?
The letters have been sent to all the adjacent residents of those community mailboxes. There'll be consultation in the month of August and the eventual rollout through the fall of 2026 and into 2027.
And when there's concerns about a particular location, whether it's a sightline issue, whether it's a problem where maybe they've got other obstacles that prevent the installation, what is the process for them to make sure that it gets relocated or moved to another location?
Yeah, so the process would be to contact Canada Post directly. Canada Post is responsible for the design and implementation of those mailboxes, so they would be the appropriate people to respond.
And who's going to pay for the cost of installing all these mailboxes, maintaining it, cleaning it? And are they dropping a concrete pad before the mailbox goes in, or does it just go directly in the ground where the boulevard is?
So Canada Post would be responsible for the cost associated with the implementation of the community mailboxes, and they would be responsible for putting in the concrete slab as part of that installation.
Who maintains it?
Canada Post would maintain that as well.
So there's no partnership with the city in terms of maintenance?
They are responsible for the upkeep and the maintenance of it. Our team is being consulted in terms of some of those locations, but the responsibility lies with Canada Post.
So during the extensive winters, with over 300 boxes up, they're going to be responsible to clear the snow, to make it accessible at their cost.
That's correct, yes.
Okay? And also picking up any litter and et cetera.
Correct. Yes, so it would, yes.
Okay. Are they planning to have garbage containers, litter boxes next to it?
That's something we'd have to take back to Canada Post. We're not aware of those specific details, but we're happy to take that back and get a response from Canada Post on that.
All right, Speaker, thank you for now.
Thank you. Okay, we have time just for one more for questions. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess my first question is, what role does the city have in looking at the design of the boxes themselves? As the current design of some of the boxes that we have is quite not flattering, I would say, and to have these boxes all over the city would definitely bring down the aesthetic of the city in terms of the work that we're trying to do with the Beautiful City Initiative in creating better public infrastructure for Torontonians.
Through the Speaker, Canada Post is responsible for the design of the mailboxes.
So are we having no input in the design in terms of certain design standards or anything like that?
Oh, through the Speaker, we are consulting with Canada Post on the siting of the mailboxes, but not the design of the box themselves.
Not the design. And who, and I just want to clarify something. Who is responsible for maintaining the area around the boxes? So for snow clearance, ice, grass, who's responsible for that?
It's our understanding that Canada Post is responsible for that.
So Canada Post will be responsible for shoveling the area around that site?
That's understanding of staff.
That's understand. Okay. And how is Canada Post ensuring that the boxes are accessible for people with disabilities, for seniors, for someone who might be using a motorized wheelchair, or someone who has vision impairments? What's the plan for that?
So, Speaker, there's a accommodation program that Canada Post offers. Individuals requiring assistance can make a request for an exemption from having to go and pick up the mail from the box and have it still delivered to their door.
And can you just walk through that process a bit? What they would have to do to actually get that exemption?
Residents can make the application either via phone, email, or by mail directly to Canada Post.
And what's the standard? What are they looking for? And how would you appeal if you believe that you've been rejected in error?
So there's the ombudsman process that Canada Post has. So there's an ombudsman at Canada Post. So if the decision is not in the favor of the resident, they could appeal that to the ombudsman at Canada Post.
You could appeal that to the Ombudsman at Canada Post. And do we know what the timeline is to roll this out across the city?
For the one ward in Ward 1, the Canada Post has indicated that between now and the end of 2027 is when they would like to see all of those community mailboxes rolled out.
All of those community mailboxes rolled out between now and the end of 2027?
That's correct.
Does Canada Post have any idea as to what would happen if you have sort of larger packages, I guess, because they wouldn't fit in those community mailboxes? So like if you're from what I've seen of the current version, how are they going to deliver those larger packages? Are they still going to do door to door, or are they going to try to make the mailboxes bigger? Do we know what's going to happen?
We can take that back, Councillor. I'm not entirely sure in terms of those operational procedures, but we can take that back and get that back to you.
Okay, and just to also reiterate Councillor Crisanti's question, so if there's graffiti on the box, it's Canada Post, and is there a timeline as to when, and how would people call, who would they call?
Yes, so Canada Post is responsible for the upkeep and the maintenance of all of their mailboxes, so they would be responsible for removing that graffiti, and residents can call Canada Post directly to identify those boxes that have been damaged or graffitied.
And how will that information be shared? Will there be like a number on the boxes? Will this be some sort of pamphlet? Do people call their MP? What do people do?
That's something we can take back to Canada Post and find out for sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll recess to 7.